Good evening, I'm Trace Gallagher. It's midnight on the East Coast, midnight in Dixville Notch, where the polls just opened, 9 o'clock here in Los Angeles, and this is America's Late News, Fox News at night. And breaking tonight, Election Day. At least on the East Coast, it's officially here. No more campaign stops, no more rallies, no more polls, telling us pretty much nothing except there is no clear outcome in this presidential election. We have Team Fox coverage. Marianne Rafferty is live with the latest on the Harris campaign, but we begin with the senior national correspondent, Kevin Corke. He's live in D.C. with the very latest on the Trump campaign. Kevin.
Great to be with you, Trace, as we sprint to the finish, and what a sprint it has been. Now, either candidate, let's just suppose they earned frequent flyer miles. They'd be set for quite a while. Certainly that is the case for the former president. I mean, you want to talk about sprinting. Look at this. Just today, stops in North Carolina, a pair in Pennsylvania, and last tonight in the great state of Michigan. The last go-round for a man who has won his party's nomination 3 times and says this is his political swan song, win or lose. Emphasis, of course, tonight on the former, and hopefully we'll get a chance to hear from him as he gets a chance to speak to the crowd there in Michigan. And in a bit of a surprise tonight, I can also pass this along to you, Trace. If you're watching our coverage earlier tonight, you saw this. Podcaster Joe Rogan officially endorsed the former president in the race. He said as much on the heels of a big interview with fellow Trump backer Elon Musk. Mr. Trump reacting to the endorsement at his rally in Pittsburgh earlier, saying, "Thank you, Joe. That's so nice." And it certainly couldn't hurt. Trace.
Can't hurt. It's got a bunch of people who listen to him.
Right.
Kevin Corke, live for us in D.C. Kevin, thank you. Meantime, Vice President Harris spent her final day of campaigning focusing on Pennsylvania. Marianne Rafferty is live with more on the Harris-Walz campaign's last-ditch effort to persuade Pennsylvania voters. Marianne, good evening.
Yeah, last-ditch effort indeed. Vice President Kamala Harris making her final pitch to voters in Philadelphia tonight in the must-win state of Pennsylvania. Now, Harris once again attempting to woo voters with big celebrity names like Katy Perry, who performed in Pittsburgh, Lady Gaga, who sang God Bless America in Philadelphia, and Oprah Winfrey, who introduced the vice president as well. Now, Harris started her day in President Biden's hometown of Scranton. Then she headed to Allentown and Reading. She even went door to door herself, trying to convince voters who still may be on the fence. The Harris campaign saying Sunday it dispatched 90,000 volunteers across the 7 battleground states. They knocked on 3 million doors in the final weekend of the election. And according to the latest New York Times Siena College poll, the candidates are tied in Pennsylvania. Harris has made 17 trips to the Keystone State. That's compared to 15 by President Trump. Harris also not mentioning Trump's name in her rally speeches ahead of Election Day. Senior campaign officials saying the plan is to, quote, close fully positive. Now, Harris has no public events scheduled for Election Day. She's already voted by mail. Trace?
Marianne, thank you. Let's bring in Fox News political analyst Gianna Caldwell, along with political analyst and foreign policy expert Harley Lipman. Great to have you both on. Very quickly to you, Gianna, the Joe Rogan endorsement. Big deal?
Big deal, if I may be honest. And there's a lot of people who listen to him religiously. And he's been someone like many Americans who felt like, maybe I don't know if I want to support Trump.
Yeah.
But after listening to him, here he goes and endorse him. So that's good news for the Trump campaign.
What about you on this one, Harley? I'm curious because, you know, Joe Rogan, they were trying to work a deal out with Kamala Harris. He's endorsed Trump now. Is it a big deal? And do you think that maybe Kamala Harris should have gone on the Rogan podcast?
Yeah, it is a very big deal. There's a lot of momentum that's going Trump's way that's surprising people at the last moment. And you're really seeing it in Pennsylvania now, where a lot of the Jewish vote has been very alarmed by the direction of the Democratic Party. And for the first time, this will be the highest percentage of Jews that are going to vote for a Republican in the last century.
Yeah, it really is fantastic. On the final day, Harris is not mentioning, as Marianne was saying, is not mentioning the name Donald Trump. It's like Voldemort. It is not to be spoken on the final day. Here's some of this. Watch.
You know, this whole era of this other guy, you know, what it's done with all that talk that's been about trying to have us point fingers at each other and divide each other, it makes people feel alone. Yeah. It makes them feel like there's nobody standing with them.
She's been nothing for months except call him Hitler, and now he's not to be spoken.
I mean, Kamala Harris has been a walking, talking SNL skit for quite a while now, and now it's like, okay, well, maybe I'll talk about the issues that really impact the American people versus just Donald Trump and how bad she believes him to be.
Yeah.
It is quite the turn of events the day before. Oh, Election Day. We're here.
Well, is it Election Day? I'm not going to mention his name. I'm not going to mention his name one bit. Trump says it might come down to getting votes out tomorrow. We'll listen to what he said.
Hopefully, everything will work out well. We're way leading. All we have to do is close it out. We have to close it out. If we get our vote, there's nothing they can do. This is one of those deals. If we get our vote, we're leading every swing state, which is unheard of for the Republican Party.
Now, the Republicans are happy about the early voting. They're happy about the voter registration, Harley. I mean, if they get some votes out, it could bode well. What do you think of this?
I think so. As you know, Pennsylvania is a must-win state, and I think the Democrats badly miscalculated by not picking Josh Shapiro, who's popular not only among Democrats, but even Republicans in the state. And they're going to pay a big price for that, as well as the fact that I think the Jewish vote is going to matter because for the first time, Jews are just, too many of them are not feeling safe with the Democratic Party. They see the liberal leftists as not standing with the Jewish people in the fight against anti-Semitism.
It's interesting, Gianna, because Marco Rubio was saying that, yes, Kamala Harris is doing well with females, but Trump is doing better with males than she's doing with females.
Well, I mean, so there may be some truth to that, but they've been talking about the voter numbers in terms of a lot of women voting. We don't know who they're voting for. So that's an assumption I think that most people are making, and I agree with my very good friend Harley on this point. They should have picked Josh Shapiro if they want to have a stronger standing. They didn't, and they turned their back on Jewish voters en masse. So we're going to see the results of that tomorrow.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Or rather today, I should say.
Lastly, Harley, were you surprised today? You're right, it's midnight. It's Dixville Notch is casting votes right now. We're going to go live there. But it's interesting, Harley, because the last day of the campaign, Joe Biden was not around.
No surprise. You know, it's a problem. People saw how he has been deteriorating for a while, and no one was really being honest about it. And so this is where we have Kamala Harris, and it's going to be, looks like a debacle for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Harley, thank you. Jono, stand by.
Thank you.
Now that the election day is finally here, let's check back in on how the liberal media is covering this closely contested presidential race. Ashley Strohmeyer back live in New York with that side of the story. Ashley, good evening.
Hey there, Tracy. Yeah, as the candidates deliver their closing arguments, members of the mainstream media are making some closing arguments of their own. Watch.
This is the most important election of our lifetimes because he is the most dangerous man to have ever sat in the American presidency.
He's talking about bringing America together, being a president for all Americans, the sort of things that Americans have long said they wanted.
Right.
Consensus, compromise, unity.
There also seems to be a common focus on Trump's so-called violent rhetoric, especially after some of his most recent controversial comments were aimed at the press.
Harris invoking Martin Luther King Jr. Trump closing with more violent rhetoric.
A dark and dour wannabe autocrat, Donald Trump, who today, hours ahead of Election Day, stands in the starkest contrast ever to this very diverse, very sunny and positive message from Vice President Kamala Harris.
Comedian and host of Last Week Tonight, John Oliver, took a break from his usual satire to say this.
There's one final thing I'm going to be genuinely excited for on Tuesday, and that is if Donald Trump loses this election, he's basically finished. I know he will put us through hell. Wouldn't it be great to live in a world where he's no longer an active threat, just an annoyance?
It's like a circus, Trace, and after watching coverage on the other networks tonight, there is one thing that is very clear, is that no one is certain about what the outcome of this election will be. Back to you.
No. Yeah, Ashley Strohmeyer live for us in New York. Ashley, thank you. Let's bring back Gianno Caldwell and PragerU Kids host and outreach director Jill Simonian. Great to see you both. John, it's been so long.
I know.
So great to have you back on the show. To Jill, I mean, I want to play this ad because this is Will Ferrell, and it's Will Ferrell. Watch.
Oh, good. This election is going to be one of the closest in history. Your vote will make the difference. That means you, Gary. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm just one person. No. Shut the up, Gary. Last time, only a few thousand votes kept Trump out of office. And this time, we will hold you personally responsible, Gary.
Jill, what do you think?
Here's the thing. I will always defend anyone's right to say what they want.
Okay,
I am a
good.
champion of our First Amendment. However, what I am tired of is this celebrity climate of bullying. I am tired of the celebrity bullying that everyone else is crazy and we're wrong and we're bad people. That's what I'm tired of.
And it's interesting because Van Jones was saying tonight on CNN that he's worried about some of these celebrity endorsements. Watch.
I don't think people understand. Working people sometimes have to choose. Am I going to go to the big, cool concert this week and pay for babysitting for that? Or am I going to try to figure out a way to get to the polls? I don't like these big star-studded events. In fact, probably helped us lose last time. I don't want people going to concerts. I want people knocking on doors. I want people out there fighting for this thing. I'm just nervous.
What do you think, Jano? Is the Beyonce stuff, is it working? The Taylor Swift thing, does it work? Oprah out there? I get the feeling that it doesn't. I mean, I certainly don't want to be told by some celebrity who to vote for.
Well, I never thought I would be able to say that Will Ferrell, Anchorman, is trying to gaslight the American people, but here we are.
Right.
I mean, this is only Election Day 2024, and what have we seen this entire cycle? Things that we never would have thought we would have seen, but here we are with the celebrities, which is generally speaking what Democrats do every election cycle. It's worked out for them in many other times, but you got elites who are making millions of dollars, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're telling this guy who can't afford gas because of inflation, high gas prices, energy prices, or groceries, or the fact that his credit card bill is maxed out because he can't afford things due to inflation, that it's his fault for an election. Well, I'd rather take that fault. I'd rather be the one that keeps Kamala Harris out of the White House because her sales pitch is fundamentally broken. Yeah. If you can fix all these things on day one, fix it now.
Fix it. Fix it. You've been there for a while, so you might as well fix it. So Harris has been saying, by the way, this is Dixville Notch on the right-hand New Hampshire, right? This is the first votes being cast in the 2024 election. We're dipping in. We're trying to figure out who's voting for who. We'll let you know how the results come out in Dixville Notch. It's always fascinating. For years and years and years, we'd have one of our correspondents up there covering this thing. So we are going to get the information. But I want to play this. This is Kamala Harris saying what she's been saying for the past few days until today. Listen.
Donald Trump, 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 Donald Trump.
We were just talking about this earlier, Jill. Now he's like Voldemort. He is the name not to be spoken.
Right.
Or not to be spoken of. I'm not sure the old Harry Potter thing, how it was, but it's kind of interesting because yesterday she said the name 1,000 times.
Right. And, you know, it's just funny because I look at the rallies and when you look at a Trump rally, the thing that sticks out to me is that he has galvanized a true diverse crowd, diversity of thought. Not everyone in those stadiums at Trump rallies may not agree on everything, but they agree that the direction our country headed in is wrong, and they want to change it together.
Yeah, we were talking about thing. We got Trump walking out. We're going to keep a monitor on this. He walks out. He usually waves for a bit, so we're going to keep going here. This Iowa poll, I want to put this up. There he is, the former president. This, by the way, is in Michigan. This is where he held his campaign in 2020, his last campaign in 2016, and it's tradition he is going to hold probably his last ever campaign in 2024. When the president steps up the podium, we'll take a little bit of that. Meantime, the Iowa poll, put this up on the screen because it was 47-44 in favor of Kamala Harris. They didn't spend a nickel. Nobody spent a nickel in Iowa because it was a foregone conclusion, Gianno. But now this poll got a lot of traction, even though pollsters like it's not real.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question. They're trying to pull it, whatever is going to make them look good at this particular point. What it is a ground game. Try to show that you have momentum. And I think there's a lot of Democrats right now who feel as though they're going to be defeated here Election Day today. And I think that's the right sentiment because I've seen the numbers and we continue to see Kamala Harris underperform Joe Biden at his worst. Yeah. And we also know she was the most unpopular vice president in history. And we'll continue to see the numbers go in Donald Trump's favor. Economy, immigration, Americans believe the country's on the wrong track. So there's not much more you can do but try to grasp for straws that show that you're, quote unquote, winning, but that's not happening.
And yet you talk to the Democrats, Jill, and they seem pretty buoyant. They seem pretty confident.
Well, I think that's all part of the mind game, is it not? I mean, listen, I am no expert in politics, and I've never claimed to be, but I think that that's part of the mind game. And as a mom, I tell you that I want a safer country. I want our children protected from divisive rhetoric in schools like critical race theory. Tonight at Trump's rally, he said, I'm going to keep CRT out of schools. I'm going to keep transgenderism targeting our youth out of schools. That's what I want as a mom.
Yeah, and let's listen into the entry. So there we go. That's the former president. We just had the sound kind of potted down on us. He does this. He goes. If you've seen any of his rallies, he will stand at the podium. He'll walk around. He will talk to some people. He will clap. As soon as the president gets up there and he starts in his speech, we'll kind of dip back in. Meantime, there's this.
I still want to be President Trump because nothing's fundamentally changed. I think this race was probably decided 2 weeks ago when people really looked at the numbers and the economy and the positions. And right now we're down to just a few voters, I think, who may or may not change their mind on Election Day.
And with that, let's bring in pollster and political consultant Doug Kaplan. Doug, it's great to have you on. There he is.
A pleasure to be with you.
What do you think of the undecided vote? Do you think it'll break for Donald Trump?
I think it will. I think he has all the momentum right now. It's his race to lose.
Yeah, and explain that, because there's a lot riding on that, Doug. I mean, you kind of look at the numbers and you know them a lot better than we know them. So when you think that undecided voters will break for Donald Trump, what are you basing that on, sir?
We're basing it on our polling that we're doing nationally in swing states and looking at the Real Clear Politics averages. In the last month, all we've seen is momentum for President Trump, and we've seen Harris stall since the debate.
Yeah, and I wonder, is it a fair assessment to say that if you were polling and you were advising that at this point in time you would rather be Donald Trump than you would Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I think President Trump is in a great spot as long as it's a free and fair election.
Yeah, and I just want to put this out because Mark Penn said that he was going to look at this tomorrow. I want to play some sound from him. He was going to look at the following, and then I'll get your response.
I look at New Hampshire. Is it closer or wider than you expect? I think that's a good bellwether. I expect her to win it. But if suddenly it's 2 points instead of 5 or 6, well, that means Trump's having a good night. I look for the gender gap. I think that's going to be super important and probably determines the race.
Yeah. What are you looking at, Mr. Kaplan?
Yeah, he's right. It's a gender election. There's double-digit difference between males and females in this race, and New Hampshire is a fantastic bellwether to look at since President Trump only lost that state by less than 1% against Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Yeah, Doug Kaplan, thank you for the insight, sir. We appreciate it. Let's go back now and listen live to the former president.
Including our great mayor right back there. That is our great mayor who came through for us. But I want to thank everybody, and a very special hello to Michigan. We're going to do some great things from Michigan. We're going to do great things from Michigan. We're going to bring the car business blazing back. You're not going to remember what was like. We're going to make Detroit. We're going to make Detroit greater than it ever was. Yet I've been hearing about Detroit for a long time. They've been talking about that miracle in Detroit. Well, I mean, look, we got to be honest. It hasn't happened, but it's going to happen now. It's going to happen, and at levels that you never dreamt possible. So for you, for the auto workers who have been so incredible, you've been so incredible. You're going to be very happy with the things we're doing. We killed the plant, as you know, in Mexico. The biggest plant in the world was going to be built in Mexico, and I absolutely killed it. But I'd like to begin by asking a question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Because over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala has delivered soaring prices and true economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and a nation-destroying invasion on our southern border, invasion of some of the greatest criminals in the world that are pouring into our country. And we're not going to take that. We're going to end that, like, immediately. And I happen to think it's bigger than the economy, and I think, you know, every poll shows the economy and inflation and then the border and the horrible things that are going on, and I don't agree with it. I think we have to focus on all of it. We do it all one time, but to me, when you allow thousands of murderers into our country, to me, when you allowed the drug kingpins of the world into our, and terrorists into our country at levels that we've never seen before, to me, that's the bigger problem. We're going to solve it all, but that's the bigger problem. And we're going to have it taken care of very quickly. But my message to you and to all Americans tonight is very simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't have to live this way. We're not living good. 4 years, what did they do that was good? Can you name one thing? I said to a group of people, what have they done? Everything's a disaster, including nobody even knows how to. Supposing President Xi of China wanted to call to ask a little question about war or Taiwan or anything, who the hell does he call? We got a little problem in America. There's nobody to call. You know, they'll probably end up calling me. Maybe they'll call me. But, no. But who do you call? And remember, they ripped that presidency away from Joe Biden. Say what you want. We're not fans of Joe Biden. You know, I spent $150 million on him. We went through the convention. We never mentioned Kamala. Nobody knew who the hell she was. And all of a sudden, they picked Kamala, even though she was in last place. She came in number 13. They had 12 plus Kamala. She was considered the 13th. But then they wanted to be politically correct, so they picked Kamala. And they called her Harris. And nobody knew who Harris was. Like, call Harris. Who's Harris? Weird. You know, it's a very nice name, but it's a strange name because nobody knows who she is as her, so we have to call her Kamala. But she was the least popular. She got no votes. She lost in the primaries to Joe Biden and everybody else. She was the first one out. She quit. The first one, 22 people. She left. She never made it to the great state of Iowa. Never made it. And now we're running against her. But she's been exposed, you know, she's been exposed. She's a radical left lunatic who destroyed San Francisco. But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happened. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, indeed the world, to new heights of glory. Think of that. 4 years ago, 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 4 years a statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory. That's what's going to happen.
We're going to keep dipping back into the former president. As you see there, he really thinks that he's the one to fix this. That seems to be a new slogan of his campaign. We wanted to get you some breaking news here from Dixville Notch. Dixville Notch is where the first votes are cast in the 2024 campaign. And just to let you know, there were 6 people who voted, and it was the same in 2016 when 6 people voted, and 4 of the votes went to Hillary Clinton, 2 of the votes went to Donald Trump. In 2020, there were 5 people who voted. All 5 of the votes went to Joe Biden. And this time around, 6 people voted, and it was 3 for Donald Trump and 3 for Kamala Harris. There has been talk about New Hampshire being closer this year than it's been in a long time, and we shall see. Dixville Notch, the votes have been counted. It is a deadlock. Coming up, the border crisis, one of the biggest issues of this campaign. But how will that play out today? The panel weighs in next.
It's Carmen Ramirez. I'm the mother of Minelli Zoe Rodriguez Ramirez. She was murdered the last Tuesday. I lose my daughter, but I don't lose my faith. And I know Donald Trump is the best choice.
Yeah, the crisis on our southern border and the resulting migrant crime crisis, now giant problems that lie solely at the feet of the Biden administration. Yet this presidential race is one of the tightest ever. So why is that? Let's bring in Angel Mom, Agnes Giboney, and Pinal County, Arizona Sheriff Mark Lamb. Thank you both for coming on. So that was a woman who lost her daughter literally days ago, Agnes, and she was at the rally tonight, one of Trump's rallies, speaking about this. I mean, you know exactly the horror this woman is going through, and you think it would be having a bigger impact, or is it having a big impact on this election, do you think?
I think so, because I think people are beginning to notice how many millions of illegal aliens came in. Before, it used to be just the border states that were complaining. Now is every state in the United States is a border state. And illegal aliens are everywhere. They're spread out all over. And within no time, you're going to see more and more crime and victimization by illegal aliens with American citizens, because we don't know who these people are. When you come here legally, you're fully vetted. Background investigation, even they talk to your neighbors to see what kind of character you have. And you have to be healthy to come into the United States.
Yeah.
We don't know who are here.
No, that's exactly right. And the former president said this today about migrants coming in here. Watch.
We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show they can love our country. They have to show that they didn't murder 7 people along the way.
Because, Sheriff Lamb, we've talked about this a lot of times. We don't know who the people are who are coming in. We don't know their backgrounds. We don't know what they're capable of. And even the FBI says we need to know who these people are and the threats they pose.
That's right, Trace. And this is a big fallacy of the left. They try to constantly say that Republicans, especially Donald Trump, don't care about immigrants. That's just not true. We just want them to follow the legal process. And I don't think that's asking too much. And because they're not following the legal process, it creates a real problem. The Border Patrol at its height, maybe 4, 5, 6 months ago, they were telling me they were only able to vet about 5% of the people coming through. That is not acceptable. When you can only vet 5%, where some of those are criminals and maybe murderers and gangsters from other countries, that presents a real problem for our country.
Yeah, it really does. And that's the whole thing, Agnes, is that you talk about the dangers that people have seen. And we go back to Laken Riley and, and Jocelyn Nungare, and the list goes on. And you would think that there would be bigger outcries. At least I would. You would think, but nobody's covering it. And that's part of the problem, is they cover it for a couple of days and they move off the topic.
And this is a problem that I see, that the national media has been bought. And thank God for Fox, thank God for a couple of other conservative media that tells the truth. But the other media, they are lying to us. Here's the problem. Police, law enforcement are not allowed to apprehend, to even ask questions of illegal aliens if they're here legally or not. Yeah. Those 88 million or 1,000 people that Biden hired for IRS, Fire them all, and hire Border Patrol agents and law enforcement so they can protect us. Biden and Harris in Mallorca are flying in to our country illegal aliens at our tax dollars' expense. How ridiculous.
And Sheriff, to you, lastly, I've only got a few seconds left for you, but this whole thing where Kamala Harris on the campaign trail keeps saying, hey, oh, there was this border bill and Trump knocked it down. That bill never came close to passing. It did not have enough support in the Senate, and it would allow 5,000 illegal immigrants a day to come in this country.
It was a garbage bill, Trace. I'll try to dissect this as quickly as I can. It wanted to give $2.3 billion more of our tax dollars to NGOs here in this country. It wanted to give $9 billion to the State Department for global migration that would ultimately go to the UN. It wanted to codify into law 5,000 people a day for 7 days straight, mind you. If you went 6 days and started all over again, it had to be 7 days straight. Those were all unacceptable, and it was a global assistance bill. It was not a border bill. They can do better than that. We should expect better as Americans.
Yeah, it was just a fallacy, and they keep propagating this on the campaign trail again and again and again. Sheriff Lamb, Agnes, thank you both. Well, coming up, peace in the Middle East could hinge on the outcome of the race, but how much will it help or hurt the candidates at the polls today? We'll talk about that with our panel next.
I want to say, but Franklin Graham said, sir,
had peace in the Middle East, you would have peace. Instead, you have all of the death that's taking place. It's terrible. And I will prevent World War III because you're just around the corner from World War III.
I will do everything in my power to end the war in Gaza, to bring home the hostages, end the suffering in Gaza, ensure Israel is secure, and ensure the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, freedom, security, and self-determination.
Another major issue that Democrats have been running away from for the duration of the Biden-Harris campaign is anti-Semitism and the war in the Middle East. So where is that bump for Trump in this razor-thin race? Let's bring in Rabbi Chaim Mentz from the Chabad of Bel Air here in Los Angeles and California resident Mo Honorkar. Thank you so much for coming on, gentlemen. Rabbi, to you first. I mean, we've been talking about this for months. Will it significantly change the vote for Jewish Americans? Will they start to maybe lean toward the former president with all of this anti-Semitism and these rallies and these protests that we have seen over the year?
Trace, tomorrow is going to be a day that you're going to see so many Jews and so many Muslims embracing each other. You got to realize the one guy who brought the Abraham Accords that was able to go and take people that were always fighting against each other, make peace. Do you realize that right now, most Muslims in Michigan are saying, stop pandering to me as if we want Gaza, etc. They want Gaza to stop. And there's only one way to make Gaza stop. You heard what he said. You get the hostages out before I come into office, or else. Both of us, I haven't even spoken to him. And I know it. We agree on this.
Yeah.
This is mind-boggling how Muslims and Jews in this country can't wait.
Mo, Rabbi Mo, I just want you guys to say that. Go ahead, Mo, go ahead.
Absolutely. We Iranian, Muslims, Christian, Jews in the United States, we want peace in Middle East. People of Iran, they want peace. We got to be able to send a strong message to stop this war. Our young people getting killed for no reason. We got to stop that.
And you think Trump is the man to do that?
He is the man. He showed us the 4 years of it. And we saw the last 4 years. It's just right in front of us, side by side. Which one you pick? Of course we pick up Trump.
I was interested that Kamala Harris is playing two different ads. She's playing one in Pennsylvania and one in Michigan. Let's play a sample of this, Rabbi.
I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering.
What do you think about that? Two different things. I mean, listen, that we had a political analyst on saying, oh, it's just politics. You have to play to your crowd. And I think, is it disingenuous to tell one crowd something and the other crowd something else?
Remember, she said her principles have never changed. So no matter what she says, her principles haven't changed. And all she kept on saying before she was a candidate, I stand for Israel's right to defend itself, But we threaten you that if you go too far, we're going to hold back ammunitions. And now she's going, hey, let's go to Michigan and say one thing to the Jews. We realized you can't be a chameleon here and be something else over there. And I'm telling you, that is what the Democrat Party failed with.
Yeah.
They failed not recognizing what the Jews and Muslims are in the same boat together on this one.
Mo, you're from Iran, so
Yes,
you
sir.
know what it's like to live in an authoritarian country. And I'm wondering, when you hear Kamala Harris and the Harris-Walz campaign repeatedly call the former president a dictator and Hitler and, you know, a Nazi and so on and so forth, what do you think of that? You're like, they have no idea what they're talking about.
No, they haven't seen that. You got to go in different countries to see what dictator can do. We are people of peace. We want peace. And President Trump has brought us for 4 years.
Yeah.
And we should vote to him.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. And I didn't know that the Muslims in this country are also wanting Iran to be taken care of. They don't want anybody to, they want Iran, a tough president, to take care of Iran.
When Israel attacked Iran, there were people in Syria dancing. When Israel attacked Iran, the people in Iran are praying, Israel, do the job. You got to realize something. There's a dictator there. It's terrible to live in Iran. And the dictatorship, when that goes, then all of a sudden the whole Middle East becomes a peaceful place. And then all of a sudden you have this guy who put together the Abraham Accords. Trace, tomorrow's a big day for the whole world.
Yeah. Final thoughts on that?
Yes, we just have to stop the enablers. They are enabling this war. We need to stop sending cash over there. We need to stop that. And I think President Trump is the only one can do that.
Mo, Rabbi? Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate your time.
Well, coming up, UFC champion Colby Covington joins us live with what he says are real men think about the candidates. Find out what his point is next.
They're not going to win. But one of the reasons they're not going to win is because FEMA did such a bad job. So FEMA, you know, we had a great FEMA, we did good, but they spent most of their money, as you know, on illegal migrants coming in. They spent so much money that they didn't have the money to take care of the people from North Carolina. But we will be there on January 20th, because on January 20th, that's when you assume it.
How important is the young male vote this election? Joining us now is UFC champion Colby Covington. Colby, great to have you on the show. I want to know why you support former President Trump.
I support, former President Donald Trump because, he's a smart businessman and he cares about this country more than he cares about his own life. I mean, he's the only president in history where his net worth has went down after being in office. Look at every other president, the Clintons, the Obamas, they've enriched themselves. So he cares about America first. He cares about, keeping jobs and being energy independent in America. So that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump tomorrow.
When you look at the left, is it the woke liberal agenda? Is it the lies? What is it that turns you off so much about the left part?
I mean, the biggest part is they're trying to emasculate traditional masculinity, they're trying to label it as toxic now. So, men should be strong. They should be fearless leaders. They should stop trying to tell men how they should act and what they should do, and they should be drinking soy in their lattes. No, men should be strong, and they should care about their women, and they should care for their country. So, I'm not cool with that. I'm a fighter. I love to fight in the octagon, and you got to be confident out there, and no one's going to tell me I'm toxic masculine just because I'm confident in my skills.
Oh, you're a great fighter, Colby. We know that. Doug Emhoff, talking about this, he said that Trump is, for the most part, disingenuous. Watch this.
What I talk to young men about who might be taken by the, fun side of Donald Trump, such as it is, the dancing, the going to the wrestling matches, going on the podcasts, and trying to portray himself as someone who he really isn't.
Someone who he really is not. He's trying to say Donald Trump is a phony. What do you say to that, Colby?
I say that's fake news. That's all that comes from the Democratic Party is just lies. There's nothing they stand on. They have no policies that they're standing on right now. What's Kamala's accomplishments? What's her policy? She has nothing. Donald Trump has achieved the highest levels in the private sector. He's achieved the highest levels in the White House. He kept inflation down. He kept our border secure. You know, he cared for the Americans. He cared for creating jobs in America. That's something that Kamala can't. They've literally taken away so many jobs these last 4 years that people they have to decide what they're going to get at the grocery store. Are they going to get eggs or are they going to get milk? These aren't decisions that people should have to decide in America, and that's why we need to vote Donald Trump tomorrow.
Colby Covington, great to have you on the show. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate it. And thank you for watching America's Late News, Fox News at Night. It is Election Day. It's all tied up in Dixville Notch, and we will be here late tomorrow night to take you through the rest of it. I'm Trace Gallagher in Los Angeles. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Hello and welcome. I'm John Scott. It is 10 p.m. here in New York. 10 p.m. on the West Coast.
But in California,
Yeah, 10 p.m. on the West Coast. I'm already punchy. It's 1 a.m. here in New York,
but it's
and that means
Election Day.
it is Election Day on the East Coast. Welcome.
We have John Scott. Delighted to be with you. I'm Molly Line. Former President Trump is delivering his final speech of his campaign. He is in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Let's watch.
I want you to go with me to buy a lottery ticket because I've seen this. I've been doing this for 35 years, sir, and I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anyone come out of it with that gun from that range. I said, he said, I want to buy a lottery ticket with you tonight. And I said, well, doctor, you know, let's not do that. Let's see if we can get this sucker stop bleeding. But he told me the ear is the bloodiest part. You get hit in the ear, something to do with cartilage. So they thought I was hit all over. I said I wasn't hit all over because I was down. And I wasn't hit all over. I said, I was hit in the ear. Now get me up. Get me up. They said, sir. And they were touching all over this place because it was so bloody. They said, sir, you've been hitting other... I said, I'm telling you. You know, it's funny. When I was... The word surreal, right? When I got to the White House, I was standing right outside and then inside the Lincoln bedroom. The bedroom of Abraham Lincoln, his wife, his son, Tad, who died, actually, as a very young boy, very young. It was a very rough time for them. They were suffering tremendous melancholia. You know, they called it, they were melancholy. Melancholia, they called it, not depression. It's the same thing, but in those days they call it melancholia. But I was in the Lincoln bedroom, so famous, all the furniture just the way it is. And he was very tall. He was 6'6". That's like the equivalent of a Barron Trump today. You know? Who's a lot taller than 6'6". He's a good-looking guy, but he is tall. And but he was 6'6". In those days, very unusual, but he was tall. And then you put his hat on, which was another foot, right? So he was a pretty tall guy. But the bed was very long. You could see it was elongated. But I was there, and it was like a really surreal. I was with the First Lady, who was very popular, who got the #1 book in the country. Can you believe it? Call Miranda. Go buy it. Go buy that book. Go buy that book. It's great. I was a little nervous when I started reading it. I said, this could be very bad for me. Releasing a book before the election could be very dangerous for me. But no, it's a great book, and she's a great writer, actually. She wrote a note at the convention. Remember the note she wrote? It was so well crafted that these guys right here wanted to put it as part of the platform. It was unbelievable. The book is unbelievable. So go get it for Christmas or something. But it was just... when I was in the Lincoln bedroom, it was a surreal experience. It was like an outer body, they call it, experience. And it just was like it was something unbelievable. I said, can you believe this is where we are? And I was not a Washington person. I was only there 17 times, according to the fake news. But I think it's right. I was only there 17 times in my entire life. I wasn't... and I was a New York guy, which, you know, now I'm very much a Washington guy. I know the good ones, the bad ones, people. I know the dumb ones, the smart ones. I know a lot about the people. I didn't know anything about the people. I had to rely, and we did great. We had mostly great, the trade people, the war people. We had a lot of great people. But when I was on the ground, there was no surreal experience. I knew I was shot in the ear. And I was telling Secret Service, and let me tell you, they were damn brave. I went down fast because, I looked, there was blood all over my hand. I said, this is not the normal situation. It's either the largest mosquito in history or I got hit by a bullet. And I followed my hand down, and I think people were also shouting, get down, I think it was. But I went down, and I'm telling you, I had, I guess, 7 Secret Service agents follow me. They were very brave. I'm telling you, those bullets were flying over our head. And, you can't forget that. Can't forget that. Those bullets, and I heard those bullets going. I said to somebody, how fast were they going? They gave me some mathematical number. I said, no, I want to know in miles per hour. And I think it was 3,200 miles per hour. Think of that. A car, you're going fast at 70 or 80. These are 3,000 something. And those suckers were going over my head. There were 8 of them total. It was a total of 8 shots fired. And then it was a shot by a Secret Service sniper. Amazing, 1 bullet he used. But I think we also had help from one of the police snipers. He hit the stock of the gun or something, and we appreciate that very much. But it was amazing. But when I was down there, I was totally aware. I said, no, get me up, because I was speaking in front of a massive, you couldn't even see the end of it. Now, when we had the celebration honoring Corey, the firefighter, great guy, when we had that celebration, we had 101,000 people. And that's when I really got to see that's where I really got to see the real Musk, because I invited him up. And he's always like in a lab. And it's almost like he was released. And I said, you have to come up here, Elon, just come up. And he looked out, and he was so happy. I think he loves people. And he started doing jumping jacks and stuff behind me, right? He was so happy. I think he's going to run for office against me. I'm very concerned. No, he's great. It was great. But he was so happy, and it was a great celebration. But when I was down, there was no feeling like I had in the White House. I totally was aware of everything. But had I not made that turn, I wouldn't be with you tonight, and that would have been bad. And I hope that's right. I hope that's right. I hope that God did put me here to really save this country. Because this country's in big, big trouble. This country's in big trouble. I hope so. To every person and every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. Most people want your money. I don't want any money. All I want you to do is go out today. Sounds a little strange. Go out today. Meaning go out in a few hours, okay? This guy's complicated because it sounds so much better when you say tomorrow when it's night, but that's okay. I want to be exactly accurate for them. But go out today and vote. And I guess 7 o'clock or whatever time it is, doesn't matter. And we're going to have the greatest victory in the history of our country. And as your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. Together we will save this country, this great country that we love. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington. Because I'm not running against Kamala. I'm running against an evil Democrat system. These are evil people. I wasn't running against Biden either. He was stuck in a basement. I didn't even run against him. No, we're running against a very evil system, And we have to defeat that system. And America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. As we stand on the brink of rescuing our country, I want to take a moment to thank the millions of hardworking men and women who are the heart and soul of this, the greatest movement of all time. Because it's you much more so than me, frankly. You're incredible people. You built this country, and you're going to save this country, but you're incredible people. You're really incredible people. And as I said in the very beginning, this isn't my campaign. This is your campaign. This is a great campaign that's now it's 9 years, and we've been fighting side by side every step of the way. We've been together. That's why it's not even hard. People say to me, like very successful people, how do you stand up and talk in front of these people? And it's sort of easy because they're love. It's love in these rooms. I just left Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, fly up here, and the love was the same. It's such love, and it's not hard to do. It's, you know, it's much harder to do when you have people screaming at you. But there's love in this room. I think there's love in the whole country. I think it's a much bigger movement than we even understand. I think we're going to end up getting numbers that are far greater than we would expect. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and your support means more than anything you can even understand. It's amazing. I love you all. You're very special. This is my last rally. Can you believe it? The rallies, these big, beautiful rallies, there's never been anything like it, and there never will be anything like it. And it just happened. It caught on, and I think it caught on because our country's in trouble, and you know, I happened to be a messenger that was able to tell you what you knew, because most people understand it. Most people with common sense, we're the party of common sense, they understand it. But this is all you need to know. I mean, Joe and Kamala broke it, and I will fix it. I'll fix it fast. And America will be bigger and better and bolder and richer and safer and stronger than ever before. It's going to be all of those things. The presidency requires strength, courage, and grit. And in a little while, you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're destroying our country. You were a terrible vice president. You destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed San Francisco. And she worked, when she was Attorney General of California, she worked along with a lot of her friends out there, like Gavin Newsom, the governor, one of the worst governors in history, and destroyed the state. I mean, more people moved out than moved in last year, first time ever. That's never happened before. You're going to say, Kamala, you're horrible at your job. You don't know what you're doing. You're a low IQ individual. We want smart people. We want cunning people. We're dealing with the smartest people in the world. We don't want you negotiating nuclear deals because you don't know what the word nuclear means. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get the hell out of here. You want to ruin our country. If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing, the whole thing. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. She was given the authority to run the border by Sleepy Joe because he wanted to go to bed and he wanted to sleep. He had only one thing he wanted to do, and that's sleep. So he made her the border czar. Now she's trying to deny it. By the way, the Border Patrol 2 weeks ago gave us the strongest endorsement you've ever heard. They said he's the greatest president in history and the best president on the border by a factor of 10. And I said to them, does that mean I'm better than Abraham Lincoln and George? What? Yes, sir, you're better than both of them. I had one problem. I had one of the guys that came up, and, you know, they all, like 10 guys, they all made speeches. He's like 36. He said, "Sir, you're the greatest president in my lifetime." I said, "I like the first guy better. I like Lincoln and Washington better than 36 years, right?" But he meant well. But you know what? In terms of the border, what we did, we built all that wall. We built an extra 200 miles. They could have flipped it up in 3 weeks. You know that. It was all built. They sold it for scrap metal for 5 cents on the dollar, so much. And that's when I realized they actually want open borders. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions. And these people are all coming into our country. Are you okay down there? Is somebody hurt? Oh. Is somebody hurt? Oh. I saw you looking on the floor. I thought somebody was hurt. Oh, okay. We don't want our people to be hurt, right? We don't want that. But all around the world, they come from Venezuela, they come from the Congo in Africa, not just from South America. They come from all over the world, and they're stealing countless American lives. They're killing a lot of our people, a lot, far more than anybody thought even possible. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. It begins immediately. The United States is now an occupied country. Who would have believed somebody that's running for president and perhaps will be president in less than 24 hours or maybe it will take these machines that we pay so much for 2 weeks. Can you believe it? You know, if you used very highly sophisticated watermark papers, it's more sophisticated than the machines. Paper, highly sophisticated. Okay, if you used paper, and if you used voter ID, and if you had 1 day, and you, in addition to voter ID, you have a proof of the fact that you're a citizen of our country, which would be nice, you would have the results tabulated like in France. They had 37 million people. The results were tabulated at 9:30 in the evening. They had a winner, they had a loser, and they went home. And here's the other thing. I know nobody's very cost conscious anymore. 8% would be the cost compared to the cost of these very highly complex machines. And Elon Musk told me, he probably knows more about computers than any man in the world. He said that machines don't work because they're easily violated. Now, this is the smartest guy in the world, the guy that runs rockets with computers, and saying the computers are far more important than the engines. I mean, nobody knows anything like this. But if you used paper, it's 8% the cost of the other. It's more accurate. And you don't have 12-day waits. And then what the hell's happening in the inside of those machines if you wait? We want the answer tomorrow, tonight. We want the answer tonight. They spend all this money. They spend all this money, and old-fashioned paper is much less expensive. And you know what? It's more accurate. It's much better. Something's going on with this. I mean, what the hell are they doing? But we don't want to wait 10 days, 12 days, 3 days, 2 days, or 2 hours. We want the answer tonight. So we live in an occupied country, and I will tell you, we will be an occupied country no longer. This will take these young guys, these have military type equipment, highest grade, highest level, supreme military equipment. Where the hell did they get this stuff? They've taken over large parts of Colorado. They've taken over parts of numerous states, and a lot of people don't want to talk about it because they think it's going to destroy their city or town. They're all over the place. And when they're not, those people running those towns, when they're not, they are going to, they're petrified. They don't want them coming in. In one town in Ohio, as you know, they have a beautiful town of, think of this, 50,000 people, and they dumped 30,000 migrants into the town. So you have 50,000, now you have 30,000 migrants. Springfield, Ohio. It's a beautiful place, gorgeous place. And now if you want to go to the hospital, you can't. If you want to get a checkup, you can't. If you want to find a doctor, you can't. If you want to get your kid into school, you can't. It's a whole different world. It can't be, we can't allow this to happen. They're destroying our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you believe I'm running for this great office and I'm talking about rescuing cities and towns that have been invaded and conquered? Can you imagine 10 years ago? Can you imagine 10 years ago using language like that? Or saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sport. You know, if you go back just 10 years and you move yourself forward and you heard a politician saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sports, they'll think, is this guy crazy? Of course they're not going to pay. To expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13. Tren de is from Venezuela prison system, and they are rough. They are rough. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole, because we don't want them back. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. They're sanctuary for criminals. 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. The workers are getting destroyed. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. Think of that. Who can afford that? Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover, and I'm glad these numbers are coming out now. I'll fix it, but boy, it's getting bad. 12,000 jobs were announced. Now, usually you hear 200, 250, you know, and you hear it for years and years. 12,000 jobs. And then they became frauds. It was a fraud on the country because they made up numbers. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out since just the start of the year. You don't hear these numbers from the fake news. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. 150,000. These are depression-type numbers. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. Just think, a few months ago, they fraudulently claimed 818,000 jobs were created, when in fact, there were none. They said 818,000 jobs were created in our country, which kept us, and what that did is it kept us like, okay, it wasn't great, but it was like not record-shattering or anything, but it was a lie. And they thought they'd be able to get away with it until after the election, and then announce after the election that they made a mistake. These are bad people. Fortunately, there was a whistleblower who I think should be entitled to an award. Could you imagine if it were me and we lost the election, and then a few days later they say that the job numbers are being revised by almost 1 million people. And now they've just revised it again. On top of the 818,000, 112,000 fake jobs were just announced. So you add that up and it's almost 1 million fraudulent jobs were announced. And nothing happens. These guys don't report about it. If I was talking about 2 jobs, it would be like front page on every newspaper. They cheated, and it's fraud. You know, when they make mistakes, they make them for 2,000, 3,000. There was never 818,000 jobs right before the election were announced, and they turned out to be a fraud. And they were going to announce the revision after the election was over. What the hell kind of an election would that have been? So I want to thank this whistleblower. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. Think of that. 100%. 100% of the jobs that were created went to migrants, not to people. And I'll tell you what, your black population is being devastated by these people. They're taking all the black population jobs away, and they should announce those numbers before the election also, because frankly, what's happening there, you're going to see some bad things happen. They're taking their jobs, and the Hispanic population is going to be next. You watch. It's horrible. But if I win, it's going to be not so horrible because we'll fix it. These are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading if she's elected. And if she's elected, we're talking about a 1929-style depression. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. We're going to make it a miracle. We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. And we're just one day, meaning a half a day, sir, away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen. But you must vote. Gotta vote. You gotta vote. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history. I've never heard anybody campaign. I've done this stuff for a long time, but I've been involved for a very long time supporting candidates. And candidates are always saying, we will reduce your taxes, efficiency, all this stuff. They're running on the fact that they're going to raise taxes substantially. I've never heard that. This is the craziest campaign I've ever seen. We will raise your taxes. Vote for us. Mondale, he says Mondale. I think you're right. We're going to raise your taxes. But they're going to do that on the typical family, American family. They're raising the taxes more than $3,000 a year. My plan will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax for our great seniors on Social Security benefits. To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months, okay? When that happens, everything's coming down. The donuts are going to come down. The food is going to come down. As we say, the groceries. I just told the story in Pittsburgh. A woman, elderly, goes to a supermarket and takes 3 apples and brings the apples to the counter, and then she realizes that the price went up yet again, and she doesn't have the money for them, and she excuses herself, she walks back to the refrigerator, puts the apple back in refrigeration, and walks back and buys the 2 apples. That shouldn't be happening in our country. That should not be happening, and we're not going to have it happen long. I will cancel Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. And I will make interest on car loans fully tax deductible. So how about that? Nobody, people, the most brilliant people
Is that Scott Bessent over there? Where's Scott? Scott, stand up. He said he's one of the most brilliant people on Wall Street. Do you agree, Scott, that you're one of the most brilliant people on Wall Street? Because everybody else says it. He's too shy to say it. But he's a genius. You know what his theory is? The stock market is the only sign of life, and it's only going up because everyone thinks Trump is going to win the election. And others too. Others too. I'm seeing it a lot. I think they're following your lead. But I appreciate that confidence. It's very nice. He's a brilliant guy. But so they call up and they say, brilliant guys are calling me up. And they say, where'd you come up? On a car loan, we're going to give people, we want to develop the car business in this country. In a car loan, we're going to give people the right to deduct the interest. Deduct interest, but only if the car is made in the USA. What the hell do I care if a car is going to be made in? If a car is going to be made in Japan or China or someplace else, what the hell? I don't care if they buy it. I want them to buy cars. So think of that, what that's going to do for Michigan. So if a car is made in Michigan, you get a big deduction. That's going to be somebody. So I started just with the deduction. Then I thought to myself, you know, why should I give them a deduction to buy a car that's made in China or Japan or South Korea? Well, I don't, you know, look, I mean, they're wonderful people. Everyone's wonderful, but I want them to be built here. So then I came in with that little extra tip, and it says, but you only get the deduction if the car is made in America. Isn't that like cool? And hopefully right here in Detroit, in Michigan would be great. We're thrilled to be joined by your next senator, Mike Rogers. Mike, thank you very much. Thank you. You're doing great. This guy is doing great. He is amazing. I think you're, I'll tell you, you know, it's hard to beat some of these people because they lie. I heard she's another one. She's going around saying she's very close to Trump. She agrees with Donald Trump on the tariffs and the wall and the this, but she never agreed until about 2 weeks ago when she was losing, right? No, she's doing, but I have about 6 of them that are doing that. They're doing that against Bernie Moreno. They got a guy running against him, Brown, Sherrod Brown. I love President Trump very much. He's great. You know, I'm leading, you know how, by like almost 20 points or something. So all of a sudden they love me. They all love me. And the day after the election, he'll be calling for my impeachment. Let's impeach him. These people are sick. But we have great members, and Mike is really a talented guy, respected all over Washington. He was there, he was very successful. And I hope he can represent you because he's going to be one of the stalwarts. He'll be a leader. Thank you very much. And also members of Congress, John Joyce, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John Molinaire. I saw you guys. Very good speech you guys made. Boy, you really were rocking them, huh? You guys, very different styles, but tremendous talents and really good. Thank you very much. They really are tremendous. You have a great bunch here. I don't say that with all states. Some states I'm not so thrilled, but that's okay. And governors, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Where's Sarah? She's so great. She is so great, right? Proud of her. I saw her father the other day. I served on a panel with him. And I said, you know, Mike, I think you're great. He endorsed me when I was running. She gave me a 4-page endorsement. And I think the endorsement was put out before I finished my speech. And I said, you know, you're great. He said, well, I appreciate that, but my daughter is far greater. How about that? Is that nice? My daughter is greater, he said. And he's not a man without an ego, I will tell you, right, Sarah? But he said, my daughter is greater. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing that he said. He's an incredible guy. And Doug Burgum, who's become one of the real stars of the party. And Catherine, stand up. I first noticed Doug by looking at Catherine. She was riding a horse in an ad. I said, who the hell is that? But I don't look anymore. No, beauty doesn't mean a damn thing to me anymore. It doesn't mean anything, but I did notice there was a woman, and to the left there was a man riding, but I didn't notice him so much.
but it was this couple. And you know the ad I'm talking about. It was beautiful. It's like the most beautiful. He looked like the Marlboro Man. Whatever happened to him? But what a combination. And he's become one of the most successful governors. What he's done with the fracking and with the oil and gas and everything has become something special. He's done a great job. Thank you both very much for being here. Appreciate it. And former Congresswoman and Democrat candidate for president who did very well. I've watched her for a long time. She's a woman of incredible intelligence, but maybe more than anything else, unbelievable common sense and very, very special. She just joined the Republican Party, by the way. She was an independent for years. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you. Great. And a man who's very special with a great talent. He was the ambassador to Germany. And I'll never forget when I took him out, the happiest person in the world was Angela Merkel. When Rick Grinnell was taken out, this was the best day in Angela's life. He was not your typical ambassador. He was somebody who would say, this is no good what's happening. And actually it was a love-hate. They really loved him, but they said he's a smart one. He was wise to what they were doing. Rick Grinnell, where's Rick? Thank you. Thank you, Rick. And a woman who ran a very good race. It was a hard race because, you know, she believes in things and she believes in them very strongly. And I say you always have to stick with your beliefs. It's very tough. I told her it's very tough. But she's a hell of a woman. She had a father who I knew. He was a steelman. He was in the steel business. He was thankful when I put the tariffs on because we saved the steel industry. And he was a real pro. He passed away, but he was a great guy. But he'd be very proud of his daughter. His daughter's an incredible woman. Tudor Dixon. Thank you, Tudor. Thank you. We miss your father, right? What a great guy he was. And then we have a woman who drives extremely fast. She can drive a car and, you know, just very successful, won races, but she's very successful. It takes tremendous courage and strength and everything else. It takes everything. I think driving those cars at 220 and 240 miles an hour, boy, you got to be brave. Probably have to be a little bit crazy, Danica Bradrick, right? You have to be a little crazy, right? But it's Danica. Such an honor to have you involved, Danica. Such an honor. She's so smart. We were talking about, I just can't believe it how I was asking her questions on the plane over about, how do you do it? How do you do it? Because, you know, they had me in one of these cars that start the race, and I'm sitting in the car, and we're going like 60 miles less than what you travel at. And I'm saying to the driver, you okay? He was okay. But it's an honor to have you involved. You're really special, a really incredible athlete. She's an incredible athlete. And another person that was very honest and very talented and doing an incredible job, but she was extremely honest. And sometimes you can be honest and it doesn't work out, but it's actually worked out really well because she's doing phenomenally well, better than before. Sage Steele, thank you very much, sir. And Michigan Republican Party Chairman Pete Hoekstra. Now, I told Pete, I've known Pete for a long time. He was very, very successful at everything he did, and he was an ambassador. He was one of the best. And I said, Pete, you got to come in and run the party. You got to do it for me. And it was not that easy. He has a lot of options, and he came in, and I mean, I think we're going to have a great result later. But Pete came in and ran the party, and I'll tell you, it is so organized, it's so professional. I think we're going to win. I mean, I think we're going to win in Michigan, seems to be. We can't let him forget that I stopped that big Chinese plant in Mexico, Pete. Put that on top. But no, that was the thing. Nobody else would do that. I did it without being president. They just said, but they know it's not going to be easy for them. They won't, they're going to, let's put it this way, if they build it, they're going to lose their ass, okay? So I want to thank you, Pete. You've done incredible. And a man who I fell in love with, actually, he's an auto worker and a union guy, but he saw what was happening. He saw look, I mean, you take a look at this area and go back 50, 60 years, it's been just a downward trend. It looks like, you ever see a chart? It's like, right, Brian? It's like just a downward, like a sliding ramp. Brian Pannebecker from the Auto Workers for Trump. Brian, come up here for a second. Come here. Come here. I got to see it. I love this guy. I always wanted arms like him. He's got the biggest, meanest arms. They look like what grabs that rocket. He could grab the rocket. Tell them a little bit about what you see going on. And I tell you, he's just an incredible guy. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here at your very last campaign rally. I gotta give a shout out to Scott Hagerstrom right out here. He brought me to Novi when you were holding a rally there in September of 2016. You were a candidate before you were president, and I got backstage and got to meet you, and I told you the little song about Macomb County, home of the Reagan Democrats. I said, Mr. Trump, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support, which is basically the UAW members, and I got a few of them here with me tonight. I said, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. I said, Mr. Trump, if you win Michigan, we both know what that means. You win the White House. And that's exactly what happened. So we're going to do it again this year. The UAW represented auto workers are going to vote 65% or more for Donald Trump for president, and we're going to carry Michigan again. Thank you, brother. I love you. We all love you.
Thank you, Brian. Great guy. Great guy. And you're a great guy. I appreciate that support. I appreciate that support. Thank you very much. It's terrific. You gave us a beauty there, didn't you, huh? He's a worker. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Eric, thank you very much. Great job. You're doing beautiful. And Michigan House Republican leader Matt Hall. Tremendous guy. The great Steve Witkoff, great businessman, the most generous person I know. He gives a lot of money. Every time there's a hurricane, he wants to give money, and he's just great. And Howard Lutnick, he's working along with my children and Linda McMahon, who's fantastic, and they're working on transition. But I said, don't worry about transition. Let's win this thing first. Okay, we'll work on transition. But he's one of the most respected people on Wall Street, rebuilt his firm after it was taken out of the World Trade Center by that horror show act. Long ago now, but it's still very emblazoned in all of our minds. But so Howard, thank you very much. Howard Lutnick, thank you very much. And my great children, should I have them come up real fast? Okay. Don, Eric, Tiffany, Laura, Michael, come on up here. And we have Ivanka at home, sitting home, watching every second of it. And we have Barron, my beautiful boy, Barron. Barron, he knows more about computers than anybody. I closed up his computer. He said, Dad, it'll take it 2 minutes to figure that out. And all of a sudden, the damn thing opened up. I said, Barrett, you got to turn it off. Okay, watch. I turn it off. It's no way. I put a separate code in. He's operating his computer. He's operating it 2 minutes later. So this group here, they are so committed. They didn't have to do this. I guess we all didn't have to do it, but we have to because they want to see our country be so great and so strong and so respected again. When people they're laughing at our leaders. We have a guy can't walk, he can't find the stairways. Look, there's about 6 of them up. He finishes his speech, he can't find the stairways. and she's worse than him. You see what's going on. Did you see it tonight screaming, we're going to win, we're going to win, and she's screaming, and it's like 100 people going, what the hell is wrong with her? But these people are behind me. I love them, but they are really special. They're very talented people, and every one of them. They've been great. Maybe I'll ask Laura to start and say a couple of words. Could I do that? She's the chairman of the party, comes from North Carolina. I wanted her to run for the Senate. There was nobody could have beat her. But she said, you know, I have a great husband and I have beautiful kids, and I really want to focus on them for a little while because she's been working hard. And she would have been great. And I said, who do you like? And they said, Ted Budd. And I went to Ted. I said, Ted, do you like it? He said, but I'm not going to run if Laura runs. I said, well, she wants you. She likes you a lot. And he's become a great senator, but she could have. But then she becomes like the chairman along with Michael Whatley. Is Michael Whatley here someplace? Yes? And I wanted, the mayor of Hamtramck is here. Come here. I didn't see, I see you. This is, come, you got to come up here, please. This guy has been with us almost from the beginning. He is, I'm so glad we got to see you. Hi, Michael. Come here. He has been an unbelievable unifier. This is one of the greatest men in your state, and I want to just thank you. Come here, say a couple of words.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning. It's another day. I spoke earlier before you came, and I told the crowd that tomorrow, or today actually, is going to be a historic day, and we shall celebrate a historic victory today. I'm very proud that I endorsed President Trump, and I broke the wall of fear among the Arab American and Muslim Americans, and I destroyed that wall of isolation and the wall of silence and the wall of hesitance among the Arab Americans. And now, today, we had a survey that was posted among the Arab Americans in the Metro Detroit, and it shows that President Trump is leading by 76%. And Harris earlier had 3%, and the rest was for others. So we are in a mission to end that disconnect between the minorities and the Republican Party, and to make it the party of inclusion. And we are in a mission, which is the priority for us today, to send President Trump back to the White House. So like I said earlier, he has done everything possible to gain your support. He told me last Friday that it was 62 days of hard work with no break and no rest, and today it's 65 days with no rest. So he has used everything possible to gain your support. Hard work, seriousness, comedy, sarcasm, everything. So how is he a threat to our democracy, as the fake news keep saying, and the other party? So I ask you and I urge you to go out and vote tomorrow, and I think we have a big chance. I'm very optimistic that we will make history and we will win and make America great again. Thank you so much.
Great guy. He's a great man, and I'll tell you, you have hundreds of thousands of people that follow, and that could be a very big difference. The Democrats are not happy about this. This was supposed to be their vote, and they're not at all happy. But really a great young guy. He's a young guy, and wow, what a leader. So thank you very much. If we win this state, you're going to be very responsible for it, too, and I think we will. And tonight I got, I did a thing a couple of weeks ago with a very smart guy and very special, and a very special talent. He's got the #1 podcast, they say, by like 4 times. Joe Rogan. And a lot of people thought they loved that. It was 3 hours. Oh, it was so terrible because I did it. And I said, Joe, I got a rally of this size waiting for me in a very far away place. I'm going to be very late, like 2.5 hours late. But we kept talking. It went 3 hours and 15 minutes or something. Then when I got up there, it was cold, a little bitter, and everybody waited. Nobody left. And I explained to him, look, Joe is the #1 guy. He kept me late. But I'm doing it because we have to win. And not one person was unhappy. We had a great time. And I said, we're going to devote a lot more time. It was pretty late at night. It was worse than this, okay? I can tell you. But Joe Rogan just announced, and he doesn't do this at all. I don't think he's ever done it. But he just announced that he's giving me his complete and total endorsement. Wow. So, Laura, would you say a few words, please?
Are we ready to turn Michigan red today? Today is the day that we send a loud and clear message to the mainstream media, to the establishment, to Hollywood, to the swamp, that it is not them. It is we, the people, who get to choose our president. And we're choosing Donald J. Trump. I just want to say thank you. This is a very special night for our family. This has been almost a decade of doing this, and it has been my honor to be a part of this family, to be out speaking on behalf of a man who I love, not just because he's my father-in-law, but because he is going to save this country and going to save the world. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Get everybody out to vote. Thank you, Michigan.
Thank you, guys. Today, when you wake up with not very much sleep, you gotta get to the polls. You gotta bring your friends and your families and your loved ones, and we have to make it too big to rig. Guys, it's simple. It's a unique election. You've lived under both candidates. People like to pretend like it's not the Harris-Biden regime that has destroyed your American dream, our country, our economy, the entire world, and Western civilization. Well, you guys, starting right now, it's on you to reclaim what is yours, your country. It would be an honor for me, for you guys to show the same amount of resolve that this man showed on July 13th when he took a bullet to the face and came back defiant. You guys take that attitude to the polls, to your text messages to your friends. If you've early voted, drive everyone you know to the polls. That resolve is what kept us at peace. That resolve is what made trade deals. That resolve's going to save America, and it's going to put America first again, once and for all. So guys, now it's up to you. You make our country proud like he makes us proud each and every day. Let's get it done, America. Let's get it done, Michigan. Let's go. Well, good morning, Michigan. Who else could have this many people at 2 a.m.? Only Donald Trump. Guys, I've watched the hell that they put him through for the last 10 years. I mean, the fake impeachments, the dossiers, the Russia hoax, going after his Supreme Court justices, censoring him, taking away his First Amendment right, trying to take him off the ballots in various states all across the country, raiding his home. And yet he comes out every single day, and he fights, and he fights, and he fights. And when other candidates have packed it in for the night, you know who's standing on the stage at 2 a.m.? It's Donald Trump. America, it's time for us to pick our fighter, and it's that man right there. And I can tell you, as a son, as a family, we have never been more proud of a person in our life. I have never been more proud to stand on a stage with somebody in my life. He's the most remarkable man I know, and I promise you I will be on the stage till the end of earth with you because I truly believe in you. And I believe what you're doing for this country and what you're doing for our children, and you are going to save democracy in the United States, and you're going to keep peace in the world. And I love you, and we're proud of you, and let's make America great again. Thank you, Michigan.
Hello. So my father has never stopped, and he will never stop working for you guys. So let's get out there, let's vote for prosperity, let's vote for the future that we want to have for our children and for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. They're my kids, but I'll tell you, they're very good people. They're good people. They're great people that love our country, and they're working. They don't have to do this. They don't have to do this. So in conclusion, with your vote, we are going to fire Kamala, and we're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Michigan. And a lot of it will be using my favorite word, tariff. And one of the things I'm going to do, I'll give you this as a little insight. I just announced it in Pittsburgh. I didn't think it's become a very big story already, so. We're going to tell Mexico, you're killing tremendous numbers of our people by allowing China to send their fentanyl through your system and through your country. And we're going to give them a little period of time. But we don't want drugs coming across our border or any border. And whether it's Mexico or Canada or wherever, because they're starting now in Canada, they're starting to go up north. But whether it's Mexico or Canada, we're going to explain to them quickly that if you allow fentanyl and these drugs to come through your country, we're going to charge you large-scale tariffs on everything you send into the United States. and they're making a lot of money in the United States. They couldn't exist without us, so we're going to do that. And we're going to tell China that if you continue to send fentanyl to Mexico or any place else that comes into our country, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you sell into the United States of America. We're not going to we can't let them, and you've never heard that from anybody but me, and I've had it in my mind for a long time, but I didn't want to tell these guys about it because they'd only screw it up like they do everything else. But I say it now because now we have the election coming up in a matter of hours, and we're not going to let them destroy our country. Most of our crime, probably 60% of our crime, is caused by drugs. People that are taking drugs, they cause tremendous amounts of crime. If we didn't have that, you'd see crime rates plummet. But, you know, the sad thing is that crime is plummeting all over the world because they're sending their criminals, they're sending their gang members, they're sending their drug dealers, they're sending their mental patients from all of these institutions. They're sending them into our country, and then they're opening
It's 2 a.m. in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where Donald Trump is an hour into his last rally of this 2024 campaign, and he shows no signs of slowing down. Also 2 a.m. here in New York. I'm John Scott. That means it's 11 p.m. in California. We thank you for joining us for some details on the last days of campaigning. Molly?
Yes, he won in Michigan in 2016. It was looked at as a bit of an upset. He would like to see a victory there again, so he's spending a lot of time there. For the details on this last day of campaigning, we turn now to Fox News correspondent Kevin Court. Kevin, to you.
What a great night to be with you both, because obviously this has been a real sprint to the finish. Nothing short, frankly, of extraordinary when you think about it. I mean, we've been covering politics for quite some time, but it never gets old, especially with both candidates urging supporters, even at this very hour, to get out there and vote, capping the final day of campaigning in 2024. By the way, doing so in the blue wall states, with Ms. Harris even welcoming entertainment mogul Oprah Winfrey to her finale. Meanwhile, the former president, Donald Trump, taking his show on the road, and I mean literally, folks. We're talking about rallies in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina, a pair of events in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and then lastly, in the great state of Michigan, where he wrapped up his previous campaign. You may remember that. Now, if you've been watching throughout the night, especially after 9 o'clock, you may have noticed that we mentioned this. Yeah, Oprah Winfrey showed up to express her support for the vice president, but President Trump got a major endorsement tonight from an entertainment juggernaut of his very own. We're talking about podcaster Joe Rogan. He promised his express support for Mr. Trump, and that is no small feat when you consider, his considerable following on social media and elsewhere. Meantime, we've also been following the Real Clear Politics average of polling throughout the night and, frankly, throughout the campaign. You may find this interesting. Actually, right now, it's tied 48.5 to 48.5, neck and neck. But if you dive just a little bit deeper into the numbers, former President Trump is actually leading, according to Real Clear Politics, in 5 of the 7 swing states at this hour. And they're also predicting a slight electoral college lead for Mr. Trump. And they're saying right now that if it were to happen, according to what it looks like, he'll win on Election Day. And if that happens, he'll be the first president, of course, since, you guessed it, Grover Cleveland, to win non-consecutive terms in office. I'll be here with you, not just tonight, but tomorrow as well. But for now, back to you.
Kevin Court, thank you so much. Delightful breakdown there. And of course, the results coming in from Dixville Notch also offering us no further clarity. A 3-on-3 tie there as well. Oh, well. That's how we begin Election Day.
So it takes 270 electoral votes to win the 2024 presidential election. Vice President Kamala Harris' easiest path to victory runs through the Rust Belt. Trump's runs through the Sun Belt. But what happens if Trump were to win Pennsylvania, or if Harris were to win North Carolina? Joining us now to hash through all of this, John Bussey, the associate editor at the Wall Street Journal Chiron Skinner, Fox News contributor, Hoover Research Fellow, and Professor of International Relations and Politics at Pepperdine University, and Leslie Marshall, Fox News contributor. Thanks, all of you, for being with us in these early hours of Election Day. So, John, to you first, do you have a gut feeling? I mean, we just heard Kevin talking about Donald Trump being up in 5 of the 7 swing states. Do you agree with the numbers, and what does that mean?
It's a jump ball, John. It's unclear at this point if either candidate has a lead. It's been back and forth in the polls for months now. If you were to look at the Electoral College, we have a very good sort of graphic up on WSJ.com right now that James Benedict did. So you need 270 votes, electoral votes, to win. There are 93 of those votes available in the 7 swing states. Right now, by the best estimates that we could make from the various polls, Harris has 226 of those votes. Trump has 219, almost even. Harris has about 20 different combinations of what could happen in those 7 swing states to get to 270. And Donald Trump has 21 possible combinations. So it's very much still, a jump ball. It's unclear whether any candidate has an advantage at this particular point. We're going to have to wait until the election results come in.
Chiron, much has been made of the fact that Republicans who have traditionally voted on Election Day, they turned out en masse to vote early. And Republican operatives are saying this is great. It means that we are going to win in a landslide. Do you agree with that analysis?
I agree for a number of reasons. One, it's not just that Republicans have voted early in record numbers, but it's the type of Republican voter. Many rural voters have come out in big numbers. And on the other side, independent women and many urban voters, including African Americans and other people of color that were expected to swell the voting booths early, have not for the Democratic side. So there is a unique momentum that's happened for President Donald Trump's candidacy that can't be ignored. I think the momentum, the math, the moment all suggest that he will prevail later today. I guess that's the day we're in. I'm out here in California. So this is a very good time for Donald Trump. It really is the best time in his political career in terms of elections. I've been reflecting on this campaign, especially tonight, listening to the speech, and thank you for playing so much of it. I started on this journey as a member of Trump's presidential campaign in 2016 and on the transition team later that year after he won. Now I'm a professor at Pepperdine, a fellow at the Hoover Institution, and a Fox News contributor, but I've seen this for almost a decade. And this is the most disciplined presidential campaign Donald Trump has won. It's the most disciplined message. He's pulling off something that's extremely difficult to do. On the one side, he's talking about morning in America, the way Ronald Reagan ran his campaign, but then also pivoting to the hard realities of high inflation, unemployment, despair, the border problems that the U.S. faces, the wars abroad that weren't taking place when he left office. And he's saying we can fix the one side and get to the more bright side of the American dream. And it's resonating with voters that aren't expected for Donald Trump. That's what I'm hearing tonight, and that's what I've been seeing for the last couple of weeks.
Leslie, there should be headwinds for the Harris campaign. The right track, wrong track numbers, more than 70% of Americans say they think we are on the wrong track as a country. Kamala Harris obviously has been part of the leadership for the last 4 years. On top of that, the economic situation is a big worry for many Americans, and that is usually, and I think it is again this year, the biggest issue in a campaign. If that's the case, why is this race so close?
I have so much to unpack here. First of all, Georgia, you have African Americans in record numbers, so that's not really true about black voters. And when it comes down to it, there are two paths to 269 to 269, but that's a whole other chapter. When we look at this, it's interesting that you say that, John, because if I were a Republican, I'd be asking that more than a Democrat. Kamala Harris has been campaigning for 90 days. She has done this in 90 days, okay? And I don't care who you are, you got to give credit where credit is due. An incredible campaign has been run. Donald Trump has been campaigning since he left office. Donald Trump is a former president. Donald Trump is viewed as an incumbent. He should be double digits ahead. For anybody to say the word landslide on either side, they're lying. It's disingenuous. This is not going to be a landslide either way. This is a very tight, very close election. John is absolutely right. You know, this is tied very close. You know, one of them is up by 0.4 or 0.5 a point A, you know, day after day. And that's what it comes down to. When you talk about the economy, that's something I don't understand, John, because when you just look at numbers, which the economy is, the United States is the strongest economy in the world. Inflation is coming down. The feds are going to reduce rates yet again. Lowest unemployment rate, highest job growth. The list goes on. The Biden administration, even economists who have a Republican bend, have said that, you know, Joe Biden should take a victory lap on this, and this administration, which the vice president is a part of, should take a victory lap. But it hasn't trickled down, if you will, to the feeling. And I say the feeling because it really is, what do people feel? Do people feel that things are more difficult for them? And we've seen this in the past. But I would also say, when you look at the numbers, because again, it's numbers. This political race, any political race, comes down to numbers. And when you look at the numbers, the Vice President Harris has been closing that economic gap. Certainly, she doesn't have the approval rating with economics that the former president does. However, when you talk about approval and likability, she has that. She has double-digit leads over Donald Trump where that is concerned. And that doesn't just necessarily get you the popular vote. That sometimes gets you over the finish line because you're more liked by the voting public.
All right. Leslie Marshall, Chiron Skinner, John Bussey, we're going to be checking in with you again. Thank you.
Digging in a little more than 1 million mail-in and early in-person votes have already been cast in the swing state of Nevada. And now a bombshell prediction from the editor of the Nevada Independent, John Ralston. He says Vice President Harris will win the Silver State. Nevada's GOP party chair, Michael McDonald, joins us live now. Michael, thank you so much for giving us a little time this early election day as the voters are about to head to the polls here in a couple hours all over the country. Very exciting. I want to get your thoughts on what John Ralston had to say, though. You know, in some of these articles refer to him as an oracle. What do you make of his prediction?
Well, I've known John Ralston for a long time. He's no oracle. Look, he's a contributor to MSNBC. He basically is the Democrat Party here. He's the paper boy. He runs everything. He hates Donald Trump. He's always been against Donald Trump. When we had the caucus, he attacked us for having a caucus. Then he said Donald Trump was going to lose. We wouldn't have quite of a turnout. But I will tell you, we have one of his tweets that said, there has never been nor will there ever be a victory like this in American politics, maybe politics anywhere. And that was from John Ralston on February of this year, February 9th of this year. So look, I mean, he's a partisan writer, and that's what he likes to write about. He's in favor of the Democratic Party. He carries their water for him all the time. At the end of the day, he hates Donald Trump. He always has. He's very critical of Donald Trump. So very critical of the Republican Party here. It is what it is. You take it for what it's worth on its face value. It's John Ralston.
You know, Michael, one of the, I don't know if this is even the most bold prediction that he could make, given the fact that Nevada has consistently, well, it's a battleground. It's also reliably Democratic, or has been in many elections. The state voting for a Democrat for president since 1992, except for President Bush on the ballot. So what do you think will happen with these, 6 electoral college votes? Do you think that Donald Trump stands a good chance of picking up Nevada?
I really do, because you look at where he's at right now, what he's done in the swing state of Nevada right now. You have to look at also what Donald Trump represents. We did no tax on tips here, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. That was all rolled out in Nevada because we're working class people. And people in Nevada, I was born and raised in Las Vegas. People know for a fact in Nevada, been involved in politics since I was a child. They know for a fact what they see is what they get. They've got nothing but words from Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is action. And you have to take a look at one of the candidates. I'm a working class guy. I'm just a cop, right? But I'm friends with the President of the United States. And he's going to be president again. That says a lot because he cares about the working men and women here in Nevada. I'm a union man. So all that they try to hit him with, they can't, because he is the man that represents the working class people here. We have union leaders that have crossed over. We have Democrats that have crossed over. Independents are coming his way. So the rhetoric is done. I mean, like I said, the Ralstons of the world want to keep slamming and creating news, but you can't fight the facts that Donald Trump is and has represented the working men and women. And more than ever, that's this man we need in the White House.
Well, I think you hit on one of the biggest headlines out of Nevada. It was that tips move. Do you think that that's going to make the difference? Is that going to be the key thing?
Absolutely. It shows right there his vision to help Americans put money back in their pocket, not words. Kamala Harris voted. She was the deciding vote to put more IRA agents to go after people that make tips. And in her comments, she says this is to make sure that people that are getting tips are paying their fair share. But then she tried to reverse it. You can't reverse your own words. Her actions showed she's not for the working men and women. We are. This is not the Republican Party of your grandfather and father. We're the working men and women.
The people will decide. Michael McDonald, thank you so much. We really greatly appreciate your insights here as things get underway. Thanks for chatting with us.
See you later tonight. Take care.
Hard to believe after all these months and years that Election Day has finally arrived. The balance of power in the House and Senate also very much at stake today. Republicans currently hold the majority in the House. Democrats hold the majority in the Senate. For more on where top and down ballot races stand on this Election Day, we go now to Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera. Madeline.
Hi, good morning, John. So many fascinating races to watch. Republicans are highly favored to win the Senate. They just need a net gain of 2 seats to win the majority, or 1 if former President Trump wins the White House, since the vice president, of course, casts the tie-breaking vote. The GOP is all but sure to pick up a seat in West Virginia after Democratic Senator Joe Manchin's retirement. Republicans also eyeing Montana as one of their best opportunities to make more gains. Democratic incumbent Senator Jon Tester has lagged behind his opponent Tim Sheehy in recent polling, but Democrats have felt a boost of optimism as Sheehy faces scrutiny about the origins of a bullet wound in his arm. Per the Washington Post, he originally told voters he was hurt while serving as a Navy SEAL in Afghanistan in 2012. However, in 2015, he reportedly told a park ranger he accidentally shot himself when he dropped his gun at a parking lot in Glacier National Park. So we'll see how that turns out. In Ohio, Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown is fending off businessman Bernie Moreno. The race there looking tight, too, as Brown hopes to win a 4th term in a state that has trended towards Republicans in recent election cycles. In Pennsylvania, Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey is facing off against David McCormick. Casey has been ramping up attempts to appeal to the center, even releasing an ad last month that touted a moment where he sided with former President Trump. As Democrats fight to keep their majority in the upper chamber, the House, meantime, is sitting on a knife's edge. There are a lot of competitive races in California and New York that could determine control of the House. John.
It is going to be fascinating to watch all of these votes come in. Madeline Rivera. Madeline, thanks.
You got it.
All right, young men usually do not come out in huge numbers, but could Trump's efforts to specifically court Gen Z men pay off? More on that story ahead.
Former President Donald Trump is leaving no stone unturned in trying to win. He's focused some of his energy courting normally apolitical young men from Generation Z. So could this strategy pay off? We're joined now by GOP strategist Mahek Cook and founder and CEO of Blueprint Strategy, Antoine Seawright. Antoine, first of all, do you agree with the notion that Gen Z males generally don't vote? And if so, why?
Well, I disagree with that. If you look at just the early vote projections so far, there's been nearly 4 million, almost 400,000 Gen Z voters participate in this election. That's 20% above the projected numbers in terms of eligible, in terms of who would likely participate from that demographic. A large segment of that are Gen Z males. And what this polar coaster ride that we've seen take us on many twists and turns has indicated that somehow or another African American men, Gen Zers are not showing up, Latino Gen Zers are not showing up, same with Asian American Pacific Islanders, and the projections so far for those who have participated indicate something totally different. And so I believe that infrastructure, ground game, and direct voter contact makes a difference in these cases, and that's why I think Vice President Harris's campaign is in a strong position to maintain the majority of those votes.
All right, heck, Donald Trump got a huge boost tonight when Joe Rogan endorsed him. Joe Rogan, you know, kind of a hero to young males in this country especially. That can't hurt. Can he win that Gen Z vote that he's trying to pull off?
John, look, there's no doubt that Joe Rogan has been a spear in this campaign because he has independent voters, and mostly 80% of his 1.8 or 18 million viewers are young males. But I have to go back and look at history. Young males have predominantly been, and young voters have been Democrats since about 2008. You see over 58% of young voters trending towards Democrats. But in 2023, that broke, and it was less than 50%. And when you look at that, you ask yourself why. It's young male voters that dropped by over 13% in the Democrat Party and switched to Republicans. And there's this trend in the Democrat Party. They have continued to abandon their base. They've continued to forget people. And for young male voters today, they have said this: Kamala Harris has forgotten and given up on the American dream, and she is asking young male voters to downsize. In an economy where we can't stretch our dollar anymore, young male voters are rejecting her, and I feel that for every segment of the population. But you're continuing to see a downward trend with many of these young voters because Kamala Harris can't deliver.
All right, take that on, Antoine. She says that Kamala Harris is not appealing to young men.
Well, I disagree with that. And what I think my dear friend on the other side is forgetting is the fact that women will have the largest say-so in this election, including Gen Z women, than they ever had perhaps in the history of the country. In this country, we see that in the registration numbers. We see that in the gender gap in terms of participation. We also see that in the policy prescription that has been put forth by Vice President Harris, and that's why we're going to win this election. And I might not remind you, when it comes to a policy agenda for Gen Zers, both young women and young men, Vice President Harris has been the only candidate that has made a direct appeal from a policy standpoint. When you think about first-time home ownership, when you think about capping the cost of child care, when you think about capping the price of insulin, which impacts their grandparents and family members, and when you think about small business, when you think about student loan forgiveness payments, all these things matters to that constituency, and that's why you see these voters flocking to Vice President Harris.
We're short on time. Mahek, I want to just give you the last word. Donald Trump does have his appeal for young men, and you know the assassination attempt and his handling of it is part of that.
Absolutely. I think President Trump, the minute he stood up and said fight, fight, fight and showed leadership, it showed America who he truly is. He has run this campaign with solutions, not only for young voters, but for all Americans. We're a big tent today, and we have welcomed independents, Democrats, and so many others. And his closing message to the American people is we have the golden years to look forward to. He's going to secure our communities. He's going to provide safety and reset our economy for greatness. It's not something that Kamala Harris has been able to do in her in office for over 3.5 years. And her closing argument has been fascism. That's not moving the needle.
We'll have to see what happens when the votes are all tallied up, maybe at the end of this day. Mahek Cook, Antoine Seawright. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Molly.
Yeah, and more than 80 million Americans have already cast an early vote. That is half of the total number of people voting in 2020. Usually it's a pretty good sign for Democrats, but that might not necessarily be the case this time around. That story ahead. The stress, the anxiety of the 2024 presidential election, it is almost over. Voters across the country will head to the polls in the coming hours to cast their ballot for president.
Those who haven't done so already.
Oh, so many,
you were
that's
just
true.
saying. So as the nation anxiously waits to see who's going to win, we're already getting our first results in. Harris and Trump are officially tied. 3 votes each in the tiny New Hampshire hamlet of Dixville Notch. The town opened and then closed its poll just after midnight Eastern Time. It's a tradition that dates back to 1960. 3 votes for Harris, 3 votes for Trump.
Offering us so much clarity.
Yes. Nearly 82 million ballots already have been cast across the country in early voting. It is half the total vote count of the 2020 election. So what's brought on this change? Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has details for us. Ashley.
Hi, John. Yeah, as far as early voting goes, there's some type of allowance in each state to vote early, and the numbers are showing people really took advantage of that. So take a look at this. The 2020 election had the highest voter turnout with just about 67% of adults total voting, or 158 million people. But so far this early voting season, there's been 82 million people cast a ballot. That's already more than half of the total in 2020. And a big change was the push that former President Trump made while campaigning to encourage Republicans to vote early, which is something that he didn't push for in the past. And according to the AP, in a state needed by both parties to win, that's Pennsylvania, voters have already cast almost 1.8 million ballots. So 1 million of those being registered Democrats and 600,000 Republicans, and then 200,000 third party. But when you compare it to the 2020 numbers, those are down for Democrats significantly, but only slightly down for Republicans. Former President Obama's campaign manager told Jen Psaki on Sunday what they're seeing is concerning for the Harris campaign. Watch.
Early vote numbers are a little scary, and you and I have been texting back and forth. Republicans didn't do what they did last time. Last time Trump said don't early vote, and so they didn't. Republicans do have an advantage in early vote numbers. When the early vote come in, it's going to look a little bit different than 2020, and that's scary.
And, you know, as for some of the voters, some say it just made more sense for their family to vote early to where they wouldn't have to stay in line as long. There were some people that said last time they voted, it took a couple of hours. This time it was seamless, but the last day early voting was permitted was on Sunday. Today, most states open the polls at 7 a.m., but some start as early as 5 a.m. Back to you guys.
Yeah, big rush ahead of time this time. Ashley Strohmeyer, thank you.
You're welcome.
Some Georgia voters who received their absentee ballots late will not be getting any extra time to send them back. Ballots for about 3,400 residents of Cobb County, Georgia's 3rd largest county, did not get sent out until late last week. That didn't give them much time to return those ballots. A lower court decision would have allowed the ballots to be counted as long as they were postmarked by today and received by Friday. But the state Supreme Court is now reversing that, advising those 3,400 voters to vote in person, meaning today.
As America picks its next president, there are also several key House and Senate races that could tip the balance of power in both chambers. A lot to watch today. To break it all down, we are joined again by our panel. John Bussey, Associate Editor at the Wall Street Journal, Kyron Skinner, Fox News contributor and Hoover Research Fellow and Professor of International Relations at the Politics of Pepperdine University, and Leslie Marshall, Fox News contributor. Thank you all for being here, joining us in the middle of the night. Here we are, election morning, as things are just on the cusp of getting underway. This is our last chance to make predictions, to make guesses, to lay it all out there. Kyron, I want to start with you, and we'll start with the Senate. What is your broad prediction as far as the Senate is concerned? In order for Republicans to get the majority there, they've got to pick up 2 seats. One they say looks fairly safe for Republicans, West Virginia. Do you have any other thoughts on what we could expect to see in the Senate?
I do, actually. For many years, I was a Pennsylvania voter as a professor at Carnegie Mellon, and I think that we will see it's likely that we will see Dave McCormick remove Casey from the Democratic seat that he holds. And I say this for a number of reasons. One, Dave McCormick has been among the most energetic campaigners, and he has become a really trusted member of the Pennsylvania community, from the Pittsburgh side of the state to Philadelphia. He has a long history in Pennsylvania. Of course, he's lived in other states, but he is really part of the fabric, and he's worked very hard. He cares deeply about the African American vote at all levels, not just those who are suffering in urban communities, but also African Americans who are thriving economically. So I think he's going to be someone that surprises people. He won't surprise me, and that will help the Republicans so much. Also, on Monday, he appeared at a campaign rally with Donald Trump in the state, and the down ballot effect will actually help him. I expect Donald Trump to win that state as well.
All right. Leslie, bringing you in on this, on the Senate, is this really the tough spot for Democrats this year?
You know, I would say, yeah, look, this is an area where I have a concern. I'm very concerned about John Tester, you know, senator in Montana, a very, very red state. I don't agree with the Casey McCormick race. The numbers really show Casey ahead. And I think he's going to, you know, keep that. And I do think that Pennsylvania is going to go to Democrats. But there are some races that are very surprising in red states for Democrats, where you see in Florida, for example, Rick Scott is only, you know, 1 or in certainly less than 2 percentage points against his Democratic opponent. You see that in Texas as well. You see a dead heat, depending on the poll, again, between Colin Allred and Ted Cruz. So, you know, I think there may be some surprises, but, you know, look, the Senate, it is, you know, almost equally divided. Democrats only have a 1-seat advantage. Republicans have been in this situation before. So from, you know, my side and from their side as well, but my side, because we have the majority right now, it's scary because, you know, you only need, you know, 1 or 2 to flip the power in the Senate. And that's frightening when I look at the numbers, especially starting with Montana.
Yes, Democrats have a harder hill to climb as far as holding seats are concerned. John, to you on this, your thoughts on that bigger challenge that the Democrats face and your prediction ahead of this evening.
Yeah, I would hate to make any predictions, but there are 9 competitive seats in the Senate. The Democrats have more of their seats up for grabs this time around. So it is a harder hill to climb for the Democrats. And I think the conventional wisdom is that there's a good chance of the Republicans taking the lead in the Senate. There's 41 competitive seats in the House. It's a bit more neck and neck there. It's kind of anything goes. There's a possibility of either party gaining ground. There's a number of states where those 41 competitive seats are spread across. Can I say something about the economy? That was mentioned earlier. I just would like to correct this.
Sure.
This is not a bad economy. As a matter of fact, it's a very robust economy. We just had 2.8% GDP growth in the third quarter, consistent with very strong performance over the last year and a half. It's a $28 trillion economy growing at that pace. That is strong. The consumer is strong, is outspending. Unemployment is at 4.1%. That's still near historic lows. This has been a good story for the administration to tell. The problem has been inflation. You had a year and a half of bad inflation caused by what? The pandemic, which happened during the last administration. And frankly, mismanagement of the pandemic contributed to that. But the pandemic would have caused inflation no matter who was in office because the economy shut down.
And the great
It had to
challenge out there
restart.
for all of these candidates is selling that economic message on both sides. John Bussey, thank you so much. We greatly appreciate your insights tonight. Chiron Skinner as well. Leslie Marshall, thank you both. Former President Trump is calling for the presidential race to be called on election night. But one Arizona swing county could stand in the way of those wishes. We will explain coming up.
Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump running neck and neck. But veteran Republican strategist Alex Castellanos telling Fox News that pollsters could be missing something big. Listen.
I think the pollsters are getting this wrong. We're all missing something because they're giving us the same poll over and over again. What I think they're missing is a massive shift in voter registration underneath all of this. 31 states have voter registration by party. 30 of them in the past 4 years have seen movement toward Republicans.
Let's go live to former House Oversight Committee staff director Julian Epstein. Julian, what do you think of that analysis? He says that the pollsters are missing a red wave, if you will.
Well, first of all, good morning, John, and thanks for having me on.
Good morning.
Alex is one of the best analysts in the business, and I think he was making 2 points. One is a structural change that's going on between the two parties. And he is correct. Republicans are seeing a greater surge in registration in places like Pennsylvania. They are seeing for the first time in many, many years, a greater party identification. More Americans identify with the Republican Party now than they do with the Democrats. And most importantly, we are seeing a massive realignment, which I think the story of this election will be, regardless of who wins, in that the Republican Party is now becoming the party of the working class and the lower income, for the most part, and the Democrats are becoming the party of the college-educated elites. That's the first point he's making. The second point that he made, John, on that segment earlier in your broadcast tonight was the early vote. And I think any Democrat that would tell you today that they are not concerned about the early vote results is just sort of spinning you. The Democrats are traditionally overperformers when it comes to the early vote. So if you go back to 2020, they overperformed the Republicans in the early vote by literally hundreds of thousands of votes. I think in Pennsylvania it was as much as 600,000 votes. And so if Democrats are going to prevail in the swing states, they need to overperform in the early vote as well, because Republicans overperform on the election day vote. Right now, Democrats are underperforming in almost every single one of the battleground states, in all of the urban areas of all of the 7 battleground states. I think without exception, the urban vote is hundreds of thousands of votes less than it was in 2020. The rural vote is up, which is the Trump vote is up as compared to the 2020 benchmark. And the suburban vote seems to be, from the data that I've seen anyway, is that the conservative suburban voters are coming out and overperforming in the early vote. So if you go by the traditional model or the standard model that we've been looking at in the past 3 or 4 elections, then that's very, very good for Republicans, because Democrats are going to have to make up a huge amount in order to be competitive with the Republicans on election day vote. Now, you might say that model could change, and Democrats are all of a sudden going to become big election day voters, but there's no indication that that's the case, and that's what Democrats are hoping for. But right now, there's just no way to really spin it. I mean, Democratic pundits kind of come on this network and other networks and they will spin you. I'm trying to tell you as straight as possible. There's no way that you look at the early vote numbers and don't say that's there are some alarm bells going off.
Well, my question, and we don't have a lot of time left, but why do you think that is? You talk about cities like Philadelphia where Democrat early voting is not as robust as it has been. Why?
Well, I think there's a couple of different theories. One is enthusiasm. The Republican base is clearly enthusiastic. It's not clear how enthusiastic the Democratic base is. Secondly, there's been a lot of debate about this, but I think you will see defection amongst the urban vote, particularly the black and brown vote, to the Republican Party. Now, how much that is, whether it's 5 points or 15 points, remains to be seen. But whatever the case is, one of the most important indicators of enthusiasm, at least on the Democratic side, is the early vote. That's been the case in the last few elections. And so that is an alarm bell that Democrats, if they don't pay attention to it, in my opinion, I think they're just whistling past the graveyard.
Julian Epstein, always good to get your perspective. Thanks for staying up late with us. We'll see what happens.
Thanks for having me, John.
You bet. So when all is said and done, could it be the female vote and her entourage of female celebrities that puts Kamala Harris in the Oval Office? Jessica Milan Patterson, the chairperson of the California Republican Party, is here to talk about that. So, Jessica, you've seen the endorsements tonight, the rallies from people like Oprah Winfrey and Lady Gaga, all pushing for Kamala Harris. As a Republican, how concerned are you about that?
Listen, we've seen a lot from Kamala Harris when it comes to what she has called as her call to the women to come out and vote. And it's pretty insulting when we watch only one message that has been sent to women, and that is on abortion. There's a lot of things that women are thinking about as we head into this election, whether it's when President Trump was president and we had a 70-year low of unemployment for women. I know that the women that I'm talking to, every single week, they are thinking about the bills that they are paying and energy costs going up. They're thinking about paying for their kids' soccer when inflation has been up so high over the last 4 years. These are the things that women are thinking about. They're thinking about safety and security as we watch our borders open like a sieve. We see the smash and grabs that happen here in California. These are policies that Kamala Harris has championed. These are issues that are important to women, and we just don't see any solutions coming from Kamala Harris.
All right, well, what about when Beyonce gets out there and performs for the vice president, when Oprah Winfrey, big superstar, says vote for Kamala? How much weight does that carry with voters, do you think?
I don't know that it carries much weight. Kamala Harris, Beyonce, Oprah, none of them are going to pay our bills. None of them are going to keep our kids more safe. There's lots of security around all of these people. What type of security do we have for our kids and for our families? And we're just not seeing that from people like Kamala Harris.
Jessica Milan Patterson, the California GOP chair. Thanks very much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
And everyone stay with us as we near the culmination of the 2024 presidential election. More than 80 million early votes have already been cast. Millions more will vote once the sun rises across America. But with a neck-and-neck race, who will occupy the White House next is anyone's guess.
Well, good morning to you. I'm John Scott.
And I'm Molly Lyon. It all comes down to this. It's Election Day on the East Coast and the American heartland.
And in just a few hours, America goes to the polls, those who haven't already, to decide who becomes the 47th president of these United States.
To Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay.
We have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're exhausted with it. America is ready for a fresh start.
Harris and Trump spending the final hours of the campaign in Pennsylvania and Michigan, states that may very well decide the outcome of the race.
Some crucial down-ballot races also very much in play today. Those will determine the balance of power in the House as well as in the Senate.
For the latest on the race, let's turn to Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork, live in Washington. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, Molly and John from the nation's capital. As you know, in the world of sports, the Super Bowl usually is in early February, and it happens each and every year. But in the nation's capital, the Super Bowl happens once every 4 years in early November, and that is where we are right now as we enter this Election Day 2024. We are ready for our Super Bowl, but we also know, by the way, we come into today knowing that more than 75 million people have already cast their ballots. But that didn't stop both candidates from working overtime tonight, urging supporters to get out there and vote, capping the final campaign day of 2024 in a collection of blue wall states. Harris, by the way, even welcomed entertainment mogul Oprah Winfrey to her finale in Pennsylvania, while former President Trump took his show on the road, literally, with rallies in North Carolina, a pair in Pennsylvania, and lastly in the great state of Michigan, where you may remember he wrapped up his previous campaign. Notably, this is his third GOP nomination, and according to him, tonight was his final rally as a candidate for the White House, win or lose. And speaking of winning, the former president got a major endorsement from an entertainment juggernaut tonight, podcaster Joe Rogan, expressing his support for Mr. Trump. That was unexpected, but obviously quite welcome by the campaign. Meantime, the Real Clear Politics average of polls tonight shows the race remains neck and neck, 48.5 to 48.5, although the RCP is still predicting a slight, ever so slight, Electoral College edge for Mr. Trump. And as you know, were he to win, he'd become the first president since Grover Cleveland to win non-consecutive terms. Cleveland, a Democrat, did it back in 1884 and 1892. For you history buffs out there. And while we may not know the outcome of this election for several days, if voting in the early going battleground states breaks Mr. Trump's way, as some people have predicted tonight, we might know the outcome sooner than some expect. Either way, I'll be here with you all night tomorrow. Back to you.
A little history lesson there, appreciated as the big history gets underway today. Kevin Cork.
We're living through the middle of it. Despite a neck-and-neck race in the polls, as Kevin was just mentioning, both Trump and Harris say they are optimistic about their chances.
I hate the expression, actually, but it's ours to lose. Does that make sense to you? It's ours to lose. If we get everybody out and vote, there's not a thing they can do.
So listen, we got hard work to do, but here's the thing. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win.
Our panel returns now with their take on the candidates' chances. John Bussey, associate editor at the Wall Street Journal. Kyron Skinner, Fox News contributor, Hoover Research Fellow, and professor of international relations and politics at Pepperdine University. Also, Leslie Marshall, Fox News contributor. John, I'm going to start with you. Last hour, you said that you were reluctant to make predictions, so I'm not sure you want to jump on this bandwagon, but do you have a feel for which candidate has the edge here?
So it's not uncommon for candidates to declare that they're going to win.
Right.
And I don't think that I really don't think we know at this stage. I think that it is so uncertain from the polls. The other thing is that it's uncertain a bit from the early voting because registered voters are what is counted in the early voting. There are a lot of Democrats who are not going to vote for Harris. They're going to vote for Trump. And there's some Republicans as well, those who voted, for example, for Nikki Haley, who might vote for Harris. So which way does that break? The other thing is that we haven't talked too much about gender. Trump is strong with men, particularly young men. This Joe Rogan endorsement is going to be a boost for him. But Harris is strong with women. There was a poll in Iowa taken by a very good pollster, Ann Seltzer, that showed her actually, this was a big shock last week, actually winning Iowa by 3 points on the strength of the turnout of women, particularly women over 60 years old, a 2-to-1 margin against Trump. So how's that factor going to play in? We simply don't know yet until the results start coming in.
We have a couple of women on this panel. Leslie Marshall, I want to start with you because much has been made of the advances Republicans have made in registrations in 30 states or so. But you win these presidential elections among independents. And what does your gut tell you about which way the independents are going to go in this race?
You know, I'm not somebody who likes to make predictions, but I am going to make a prediction. I think, you know, in 2016, there was the silent Trump voter. And I think in 2024, there's the silent female voter. Females that kiss their MAGA husbands goodbye and they go and they vote for Kamala Harris. I think that Iowa and that poll, and I know people argue whether, you know, it's genuine and, you know, do I think that Kamala is going to win Iowa? I wouldn't put money on that. But I do think when you look at that and when you look at the gender gap that we're seeing in this early voting, I mean, it's it's unprecedented. You have women who remember what life was like before Roe v. Wade, before 1973. And I don't think anybody, when you look at the midterm election, which everybody thought was going to be a red wave and it wasn't, when you look at Ohio, I just don't think people understand how much the issue of abortion means to women on both sides of the aisle. So I honestly think that Kamala Harris is going to be our next president.
Chiron, do you think that the abortion issue is going to determine this election?
Not the way that Leslie just put it, because I think what I'm seeing as I talk to voters, especially in the African American community and in particular women, they understand what Trump has said about abortion. They understand the rhetoric and the fear that the Democratic side has put forth and Trump's commitment to state-level decisions around abortion. So I think a lot of this fear around abortion suggests that people aren't very intelligent. Many are much more astute than they've been given credit for. But I also am very optimistic about Trump's chances of winning because something more fundamental is happening in the electorate. And many of your panelists tonight or guests have said this. There's a realignment of the American electorate going on. And you see it in particular in the Republican Party. More black and brown voters are turning toward the Republican Party. That's going to be significant, and not just black men or men of color, but also women. And we've also discussed tonight, I've heard some of the guests say, well, the economy is good. When you have inflation, you have a bad economy when it comes to everyday Americans who have to choose between, do I pay my rent or do I buy food? Well, and we have many people who are in that vote. I think that helps Donald Trump because he's not the incumbent president.
We will perhaps know in 24 hours or so. At least we hope this election will be decided fairly quickly. We'll see how it goes. Chiron Skinner, Leslie Marshall, John Bussey, thank you all.
Thanks.
So Donald Trump gets a big name endorsement on the eve of the 2024 election, as was just mentioned. Popular podcast host Joe Rogan is throwing his support behind the former president at the 11th hour. It follows Rogan's lengthy interview with Trump late last month. President Trump reacted to the news at his rally in Pittsburgh.
Just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that good? Thank you, Joe. That's so nice. And he doesn't do that.
In his post on X, Rogan said Elon Musk makes the most compelling case for Trump and that he agrees with him in every way.
All right, as the polls get set to open, police chiefs around the country are bracing themselves for potential unrest and violence. We now bring in retired sheriff of Lerminer County, Colorado, Justin Smith. Thank you, sir, for joining us in these early morning hours as the polls are about to open and get underway. Election day in America. I want to get your thoughts on this, on the threats of political violence in America. Here we are on the cusp of Election Day. Is this where we are? Is this the moment in time And have you seen things change significantly in the recent years, in recent decades?
Good morning, Molly. Yes, I can tell you that the relationships between local law enforcement and our local elections officials have spent the last couple of years really coming together, preparing for this election, looking at the threats and all the different disruptions to our election process that are potentially out there. A lot of work has gone on and a lot of preparation to pull this off smoothly and safely.
I want to get your thoughts as the polls open about what are election workers dealing with and prepared for all across America, and how are they working with law enforcement in these communities?
So a lot of the preparation has been to look at the things that have happened. There's certainly been behaviors over the last couple of election cycles of harassment and threats of election officials, different ways of attempting to disrupt our elections. And so, from the election officials through their staff to the local law enforcement, there's just been a lot of talk about what those things are, what things we can do to prepare to prevent disruptions of election, to mitigate things that might happen. We talk about things like swatting or bomb hoaxes or these white powders, or we've seen attacks on the ballot collection boxes. Just a lot of things done ahead of time, that just basic common sense security measures to prepare, and also to work on de-escalation. We understand that the temperature across America is very high these days, and election workers are understanding that they have to look at that and be able to bring that temperature down as well.
Yeah, and some of the challenges that we've seen in the past have come when the counts are getting underway, not so much when the voters are going to the polls, but in the hours and perhaps even days following, when it's so important to preserve the integrity of the vote that was just cast. How can Americans maintain confidence? A lot has changed. There's been so many communities that have put a significant amount of effort into this. Maricopa County in Arizona, for instance, that were very high profile during the last election, have put significant effort into securing their area and making their election workers feel safe.
Well, you hit on that. Certainly, for the next 24 hours as the polling locations are open, there's the focus is on polling locations. But as we move to these counting locations, I can tell you one of the positives that's come out of this difficult situation has been a lot more understanding of the transparency. I believe that Americans are much more familiar with their elections process, and that includes the counting and tabulation process. And there's a balance for election officials in having that transparency so the community can see what happens. But to your point, absolutely maintaining the integrity of the ballots and the process there. And so, this has resulted in some positives that way, and people have taken that time to get educated. Certainly, Maricopa is an example. They had some great challenges, but I believe they rose to it 2 years ago, and they're certainly even more prepared today.
Justin Smith, retired sheriff of Limerick County, thank you so much for joining us. We greatly appreciate it. It's going to be a fascinating day across America, and hopefully a safe one as well. We appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly.
The balance of power in the House and Senate also very much at stake today. Republicans currently hold the majority in the House, while Democrats hold the majority in the Senate. For more on where top and down ballot races stand on Election Day, we go to Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera. Madeline.
Hi, good morning, John. Republicans are projecting optimism, not just regarding their prospects of taking back the White House, but regaining the Senate majority, too. There's no doubt about it. Senate Democrats have a tough map. 23 Democrats are up for re-election, many of them in purple or red states. In comparison, Republicans are defending only 11 seats. And remember, all the GOP needs is to flip 2 seats to guarantee control of the upper chamber.
Very optimistic. We have the best Senate map we've had in a long time. Steve Daines and Mitch McConnell have done a very nice job recruiting the very best candidates you could hope for. Certainly the environment around the country is very positive for change. Most Americans think that we're on the wrong track.
Democrats, though, feel a little more optimistic about their chances in the House. House Speaker Mike Johnson and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries have been traveling across the country for the last 6 weeks, attending campaign events and raising money for candidates. They, in particular, have spent a lot of time and effort in California and New York, where there are several battleground House districts. Democrats are hoping the presidential election could bolster Democratic performance in these blue states.
And so with the margins being very close and a heavy concentration of races in California, we'll see what happens. But again, all we can do is work hard, run through the finish line, articulate a positive vision of change for the American people, make it clear that we want to deliver real results, and then put it in the hands of the American people and trust the voters.
Democrats just need a net gain of 4 seats to take control of the House. John.
Madeline Rivera. Madeline, thank you.
You got it.
All right, our special Election Day coverage continues next. It might all come down to Arizona, specifically Maricopa County. Election officials warn it may take as long as 13 days to tabulate all the ballots there. This is what former President Trump had to say on the possible waiting game.
These elections have to be decided by 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock on Tuesday night.
Arizona GOP Chair Gina Swoboda joins us now to break it all down. All eyes on Maricopa County. Maybe. We shall see. Your thoughts on that potential?
Hello, my lady. Thank you for having me. So we have done a really good job of getting the Republican vote out early. That's usually important. If my voters take their mail ballot and drop it off at the polling place on Election Day, that is what is causing the delay, right? So I need them not to do that. Hopefully they got the message. Today was the last day. It was emergency voting, early voting. Tomorrow, we've done everything we can to try to avoid long lines. As long as I have people, if they're still holding that mail ballot, my lady, they need to forget the mail ballot, stand on the line, vote in person in Maricopa, and let your ballot go through the tabulator. If they do that, we'll get those results much earlier.
Yeah, look at you problem solving. I mean, as part of this, just frankly, the numbers, Maricopa County is the 4th most populous county in the United States. 60% of Arizona voters vote in Maricopa County. I mean, is part of the challenge just, these big numbers.
Amen, my lady. The sheer size of Maricopa County, it's actually 65% of my vote statewide at this point. Yeah. So, but we've taught the voters, we've allowed them to bring mail ballots and drop them off on Election Day. And it is not Maricopa County's fault. It is kind of the development of a behavior in the voter, right? If you're a person that's getting a ballot in the mail and you want to hold it, they can't help but if you drop it on Election Day, they've got to do signature verification, take it out of the envelope, tabulate it, the whole 9 yards, right? So I have begged and pleaded and cajoled my voters. We've done a very good job in the Republican Party. If you look at the data, it looks like we're back to early voting. And on my side of the aisle, when we vote early in Arizona, we win. I'm up like almost 200,000 votes over the Democrats right now. And I'm very hopeful that today, being Tuesday at 8 p.m. Arizona time, when we get the first results in that go public, that we will see a nice wide margin. But I do worry about the lines. Our ballot's 2 pages, and so that's a lot of questions to answer, and I don't want to have long lines. But if they do, you know what I say, if you're willing to wait in line for a Trump rally, you should be willing to wait in the line to vote for that man.
That is a great point about those long ballots. That's part of what could potentially slow things down as well. There's a great quote in a BBC report about what's going on there, quoting Zach Shira, the assistant county manager, saying, "Truly, the world's confidence in democracy could come down to this, to your county." Do you have confidence in the process as it moves forward, as the nation potentially could be watching?
I I know Zach. I love Zach. I'm actually a certified election officer, as well as the party chair here in Arizona. We're a constitutional republic, so I'll give a little wink of the eye to Zach. But I have confidence in the people. I have confidence that if the people come out and they stay on that line and they let their voices be heard, then all of us will have confidence in the outcome. And that's really what it's going to take, is all of us working together and participating in the system. And if we can't do that, then we've kind of lost the thread of this country and the great experiment that was started over 200 years ago. So it's my greatest hope that my people and all the people, if you haven't voted already in the state of Arizona, ladies and gentlemen, get on the line. Make your voice heard, and let's continue this great experiment together, because we're a bright light for the rest of this world, and we need to keep it going.
That is a rather lovely sentiment this morning. Gina Swoboda, thank you so very much, and happy Election Day to you. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, my lady. Happy Election Day.
All right, the 2024 presidential election saw historic early voter turnout. What could that mean for Election Day turnout? A little insight coming up on that next. The stress, the anxiety of the 2024 presidential election is almost over, maybe even the suspense. Voters across the country will head to the polls in the coming hours to cast their ballot for president.
To say nothing of the commercials. If you're in the battleground states, the commercials are endless, and those are over too. As the nation waits to see who's going to win, we're already getting our first result in. Harris and Trump are officially tied, with 3 votes each in the tiny New Hampshire town of Dixville Notch. The town opened and closed its poll just after midnight Eastern time. It's always the first town to vote in the country. It's a tradition that dates back to 1960.
Yeah,
3
very
votes
neat,
apiece.
historic spot.
Well, across the country, people have taken advantage of early voting in record numbers this election cycle. Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer live from New York City to break down some of the numbers we're seeing. Ashley.
Yeah, hi. So as far as early voting goes, there's some type of allowance in each state to vote early, and the numbers are showing people actually did really take advantage of that. So take a look at this. In 2020, in that election, they had the highest voter turnout with just about 67% of adults voting, or 158 million people. And so far this early voting season, there's been 82 million people cast a ballot. That's already more than half the total in 2020. A big change was the push former President Trump made while campaigning to encourage Republicans to vote early, which is something he didn't push for in the past. And according to the AP, in a state needed by both parties to win, which is Pennsylvania, voters have already cast almost 1.8 million ballots, 1 million of those being registered Democrats and 600,000 Republicans, and then 200,000 third party. But when you compare it to the 2020 numbers, they're actually down for Democrats significantly, but only slightly down for Republicans. Former President Obama's campaign manager told Jen Psaki what they are seeing is concerning for the Harris campaign. Watch.
Early vote numbers are a little scary, and you and I have been texting back and forth. Republicans didn't do what they did last time. Last time Trump said don't early vote, and so they didn't. Republicans do have an advantage in early vote numbers. When the early vote come in, it's going to look a little bit different than 2020, and that's scary.
And as for the voters, some say it just made more sense for their family to vote early.
Didn't want to have to wait. Last time we were here, it took 2 hours to vote, so getting out early. We got young kids, so trying to get it while we can.
So the last day early voting was permitted was on Sunday, and today most states open the polls at 7 a.m., but of course some start as early as 5 a.m. John.
All right, Ashley Strohmeyer. I got to get out there and vote. I didn't vote early, so I got to get out there and do it. Ashley, thanks.
Yep.
All right, the outcome of this election will have a global impact, but world leaders are ready to pivot. It depends on who wins the presidential election. But here to talk about all of this, about what's happening in the world, how the world is preparing, Associate editor of the Wall Street Journal, John Bussey, Fox News contributor and professor of international relations and politics at Pepperdine University, Kyron Skinner, and Fox News contributor Leslie Marshall. Thank you all. Leslie, let's start with you because there appear to be pretty significant differences between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris as far as a world stage is concerned, how they might present themselves to global leaders. Trump had a very interesting presidency in that regard. How do you think the world is preparing, particularly with so many conflicts going on and a potential conflict looming with China and Taiwan? Your thoughts, Leslie?
Well, I think there are huge amounts of conflicts and a lot of concern. Let's take Gaza. I mean, you know, certainly there are people out there that have a concern that the former president would let Benjamin Netanyahu do what he wants with regard to Gaza, which he has alluded to. And you have Kamala Harris, the vice president, saying that she would stop the war. She would, you know, not just push for a ceasefire, but for ending the war entirely. Ukraine, will, you know, they be able to continue their fight for democracy and for freedom? Or if Donald Trump wins, will he be in Putin's pocket, if you will, and will Ukraine be a loser? You know, climate change, it just snowed in Saudi Arabia. Trade, so a lot of people don't think that the former president understands what a tariff really is and how that works. And we have to remember that the United States, when it comes to health, we are the top global health donors in the world. And that really concerns people when it comes to not just funding, but what's done with that funding, like research, which everyone in the world benefits from. So there's a lot at stake and a lot on the line from the international community. Fears and hopes.
Yeah, President Trump certainly believes that he loves the word tariff. He says that repeatedly. Kyron, I want to bring you in on this. Bloomberg had an article, How the World is Prepping for Trump or Harris Victory. And they go on to say that America's vibrant economy remains the world's biggest, and its politicians, especially Trump, have shown they're ready to weaponize it. Your thoughts on the global economy and what some of these, what Europe and what other parts of the world, the Mideast, might be thinking as they weigh these options that are just, we'll know soon enough?
Well, in terms of Donald Trump, we have a unique situation that he is running for president and he's been president and he has most world leaders on speed dial. And so he's not going to be if he wins, and I expect that he will, someone who has to find a way to get to the leaders of the world. They will be calling him right away. And in terms of your big question on the economy, it's important. Under Donald Trump as president, he pushed the NATO partners to meet the 2% pledge of GDP towards mutual defense, and hundreds of billions of dollars went into mutual defense for the West during Trump's presidency, and it has continued to the credit of the Biden administration and the Europeans themselves to increase. So I think there is a record of using the economic might of the world to bring a strategy of strength that commits the nations to work together in the Western column, and also to secure peace. There were no new wars under Donald Trump. And that was partly due to, I think, the political economy strategy that he had, as well as the military strategy. So I see all of this working together. And if I could add one more thing.
We want to bring John in, and we want to give a little bit of time. And John, your final thoughts as perhaps an anxious globe looks at this election.
It's anxious. It's most anxious, I think, about Trump getting elected because they see an isolationist in the White House abandoning Ukraine, possibly abandoning Taiwan. Maybe not. Maybe it's a more forceful position with China such that China doesn't intervene with Taiwan. But for the most part, I think the world leaders are looking at, his favorable feelings toward Viktor Orban in Hungary, who's a demagogue and a pro-Putin, almost puppet of Russia. They worry about that relationship. Orban is a pariah in the rest of Europe. They also worry about his reliance on tariffs to solve everything, including fund the U.S. government. Tariffs are ultimately a tax on the consumer. You put a tariff on China China passes it along to the company that is importing its product into the United States. The company passes along the tariff, the price of the tariff, to the consumer to pay. They're worried about the disjuncture that would cause and the disruption in the global economy.
I would imagine many of those countries are a little concerned, as Donald Trump has quite boldly put that out as one of his proposals that we potentially could see if he becomes president. John Bussey, Leslie Marshall, Kyron Skinner, thank you all very much. Appreciate it. John?
Thank you.
North Carolina is one of the battleground states. It's already surpassed its early voting record set in 2020. That state seeing widespread turnout with more than 4.2 million ballots already cast. And listen to this. Turnout in the 25 western counties that were horribly affected by Hurricane Helene has been stronger than the rest of the state by about 2%. Turnout in that region is at about 58.9% of eligible voters. Joining us now with more, Brian Posthumus, Republican Michigan State Representative. Pretty astounding, these numbers out of North Carolina, especially when these people have, so many, they got to get their lives back together, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And they're going to take time out from rebuilding their homes, fixing their businesses to vote.
Yeah, I mean, look, nothing is more motivating to vote in a federal election than seeing your federal government and the Biden-Harris administration let you down. So to me, despite all of the hardships, it's no surprise that the people in those counties are motivated to see new leadership in the White House.
It was obviously an ill-timed storm and really a couple of back-to-back hurricanes that hit the eastern part of the country. But the folks in western North Carolina really got hammered, and the fact that they are willing to step up and get to the ballot box is really a lesson and maybe an inspiration for the rest of us.
Oh, it's absolutely an inspiration. I mean, number one, my heart goes out to them for all the destruction that they've seen, and the turmoil and the work ahead in order to put their lives back together. But to see the insurmountable odds and still make it to the polls, to do their civic duty, it should be viewed as an inspiration around our country to go to the polls, cast their vote, and really have a say in the administration that's supposed to be there to aid us in our turmoil.
We noted that you're in Michigan. I just have to ask you, President Trump decided to wrap up his, rallies, his signature rallies. He held his last one for the campaign season, the last one he will ever do, I guess. He did it there in Michigan. He seems pretty confident he can take that state. What do you think the chances are?
It's been really exciting because in 2016, President Trump ended his campaign here. It turned out well for him. He won the state in 2016, which brought him over the finish line and gave him the presidency. And I think we're going to see that again this round. I think Trump has a great chance to win Michigan. And if he does, he will be the next president of the United States.
The auto workers seem to like what he has to say about bringing back the auto industry.
Yeah, the policies that the Democrats have ushered through the state of Michigan, both federally and here in the state of Michigan, have been detrimental. I mean, actually, I had an op-ed in Breitbart earlier today, actually, or I guess yesterday now, talking about the EV mandates coming out of the Harris-Biden administration and the devastating impact that's going to have on Michigan's economy. People here in Michigan are not dumb to the fact that the Biden-Harris administration and their policies are going to hurt the economy here in Michigan.
All right, Brian Posthumus, from Michigan. Brian, thanks very much for sharing your insights with us.
Thank you. Glad to be on.
It's morning on Election Day, and the race for the president appears to be a dead heat. There are still third-party candidates in the race. Could they possibly spoil it for either Trump or Harris? More on that next. There were some unusually long lines due, at least in part, to the record turnout in some states. And just hours from now, the rest of America heads out to the polls to cast their vote the traditional way on Election Day. Will the weather hold out for them if they should encounter some of these long lines? Meteorologist Adam Klotz has some answers.
Yeah, active weather setting up across the middle of the country for Election Day, particularly from the Gulf of Mexico, getting up into some swing states, really around the Great Lakes, an area where you're going to see perhaps the worst weather across the country. The worst of it getting into Wisconsin. Not severe weather whatsoever, but kind of a cold, dreary type of day. Temperatures in the 60s, temperatures in the 50s, rain kind of off and on, not something you want to stand in line for. A little bit of that sneaks into Michigan, although you do notice it's a little bit warmer. It's on the front side of a cold front, but still some passing showers. That's pretty much it as far as the bad weather goes. The rest of the swing states, the rest of the battleground states looking fairly nice. This is Pennsylvania, a beautiful day, truly temperatures in the 70s, a great day to be outside, a great day to stand in a line. The only spot in North Carolina, some of those higher elevations off in the mountains, you might see a couple of spotty showers. Georgia also looking largely clear, a couple of spotty showers, but this is another state that is mostly clear. You head out to the desert southwest, another area where maybe at higher elevations you're seeing a little bit of snow, but largely fairly clear across areas like Phoenix. It isn't until you get into the mountains you see a little bit of activity. Cooler in New Mexico, but again, an area where there's some wind, an area where there's some cooler temperatures, but by and large, you're looking at a nice forecast across New Mexico. So across the entire country, this is the look. Really the only rainy spots there setting up in the middle of the country.
A pretty good look. Meteorologist Adam Klotz, thank you. John?
All right, third-party candidates. Could they be the spoilers in this race? That is one of the questions. Third-party candidates are on ballots all across crucial swing states as the race between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris remains a virtual tie. A few votes that go to smaller candidates could decide the difference in this race. Joining us now to break this down, Mahek Cook, GOP political strategist and CEO of American Frontier Strategies. Also, Antoine Seawright, the founder and CEO of Blueprint Strategy. Antoine, we heard Donald Trump tonight, for instance, saying that he really likes Jill Stein, even though he's never met her. She's the Green Party candidate. Obviously, he thinks that her presence on the ballot in places like Michigan is going to result in some votes getting siphoned away from Kamala Harris. What do you think?
Well, we don't know, and we only know when we look back in retrospect. And in 2016, there is certainly an argument to be made that third-party candidates had an impact on the blue wall that is a must, not necessarily a plus for Democrats. So we will not know until this race is over. However, I think the difference between 2016 and 2024 is the simple fact that the environment is totally different. I think people are zoomed in such a way that they're not. And the issue of Dobbs has played a more pivotal and central role now, more so than it did as a threat in 2016 when we had third-party candidates on the ballot that was literally gleaning votes away from the Democrats.
Mahek, what about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? He started this race as a Democrat. He tried to win the Democratic nomination. He obviously did not get that accomplished, so he's now endorsing President Trump, and he has sued to try to get his name off the ballot in some states, not always successfully. What do you think, what about the role that his name on the ballot will play this time around?
John, I think that RFK came out for President Trump in a strong manner, and there was a ripple effect. You then had Tulsi Gabbard, you've had Elon Musk, you've had Joe Rogan. So you're constantly seeing now voters that may have been in that independent RFK base or undecided saying there's so many individuals that are leaning towards President Trump, I'm going to join his big tent. And it's very clear today that RFK tried to fight for integrity in elections to remove his name off the ballots. And it is a political misfire on Kamala Harris's part to keep Democrats like RFK and even these independents on the voter voter roll. If there was a candidate saying, I'm not running for election, then Kamala Harris should have stepped aside. This is only going to detract from her vote as she allows for people like RFK to stay on the ballot. I think President Trump is going to continue to pick up these voters. Kamala Harris has not gained at all in any of these races. She has continued to interfere with the election, and voters are seeing it. We're smarter than ever before.
All right, Antoine.
Wait. I don't know how you can fundamentally blame Kamala Harris for any of this and saying she's interfering with the election. I think that's a mischaracterization of the facts. In my community, we call that a lie. The American people will express themselves at the ballot box. What's an interference, what we call interference with the election, is showing doubt and confusion about the election results, and that's something that's happening on the Republican side, not the Democratic side.
No, I think there's a lot of Democrat Secretary of States today that have continued to interfere and allow people.
Independent thinkers and independent voters are breaking towards the Democrats and all the scientific data we've seen to this point. And so when you talk about independent voters and their participation in this election, then purely look at the numbers and not go on emotions or making up things that are simply not true.
All right.
I'll tell you in terms of numbers.
Go ahead, Mac.
In terms of numbers, you saw in 2020, President Biden was up double digits and barely broke by 4.5%. What President Trump has done this election is continue to pull voters on his side. And it's very clear today, our economy, we're in an abysmal state as people can't afford gas and groceries. And he's talking about the golden years and the American dream. Something Kamala Harris can't deliver.
We're going to have to leave it there on this election day. Mahek Cook, Antoine Seawright, thank you both.
Thank you.
Delighted to have spent these early moments with you on this historic election day.
It is an exciting day. We're going to see, I hope, within 24 hours or so, who the winner is.
I know. I want to be a fly on the wall of the decision desk. Definitely worth watching tonight. Happy Election Day.
Just a few months ago, in a beautiful field in Pennsylvania, not far from where we are tonight, an assassin tried to stop our movement. But that brush with death did not stop us. The ball is in our hand. We're at the 2-yard line, maybe the 1-yard line, but it's in our hand, and we put it over that. It'll be the biggest event maybe in the history of our country. I hate the expression, actually, but it's ours to lose. Does that make sense to you? It's ours to lose. If we get everybody out and vote, there's not a thing they can do.
And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that. There's a huge difference between me and the other guy, which everybody here knows, which is why you are here to help us get out the vote. And tonight, then we finish as we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy, knowing that we, the people, have the power to shape our future, and that we can confront any challenge we face when we do it together.
It is Election Day, and the candidates closed out their campaigns in the battleground states. After a historic election season, we are just 1 hour away from the first polls opening in Vermont.
More than 81 million people have early voted as in-person voting begins this morning all across our country.
And the first results of the election day are in from Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, showing a 3-3 even split because this election is truly too close to call. You are watching a very special 2-hour edition of Fox and Friends First. I'm Carly Shimkus.
And I'm Todd Pyro. We have live live team coverage for you this morning with Dana Marie McNichol live in Battleground, Georgia, plus Madeline Rivera and pollster Justin Wallen standing by.
But we start with Brooke Singman live in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the former president is expected to spend his election day. Good morning, Brooke.
Good morning, guys. The day we have all been waiting for. It is Election Day 2024. So last night, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris made their final pitches to voters.
With your vote tomorrow, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country. And I will bring back the American dream.
The momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
And it was two very different days on the campaign trail. Trump was joined on stage by steelworkers, despite their union endorsing Harris, while Harris was joined on stage by several celebrities.
I cast my vote for someone who will be a president for all Americans.
If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
And Trump was out rallying voters until 2 a.m. after his final stop in Michigan, and he also picked up a last-minute endorsement from podcaster Joe Rogan.
It just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that good? Thank you, Joe. That's so nice. And he doesn't do that.
Today, former President Trump is spending Election Day here in Florida, and Vice President Harris is spending the day at the Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. Guys.
Brooke Singman live for us from Florida. Brooke, thank you. The first swing state polls open just a couple of hours, but more than 81 million voters have already cast their ballots.
That's a whole lot of people. Dana Marie McNichol is in the battleground state of Georgia. Good morning, Dana Marie.
Good morning, Todd and Carly. It's the final push, the race to 16 electoral votes here in the state of Georgia who have broken early voting records. They have been early voting for the past 3 weeks. Now, the Georgia Secretary of State says that those 4 million people have voted, which means that it's going to be efficient and easy here in person. Today, he only expects about 1.5 million people to vote in person. Now, let's get a snapshot about on how the rest of the United States is looking in terms of when those polls open up. You can see early starts include North Carolina at 6:30 a.m. We have a 7 a.m. start here in Georgia. Election officials say they will ensure lines won't be longer than an hour because of the high number of voting sites and large early voting turnout. So, of course, it's going to be busy all day here. People can deliver their absentee ballots in person to election offices all day until polls close at 7 p.m. Now, taking another snapshot of the U.S., more than 81 million ballots have already been cast in that 47 states, including the District of Columbia. That's according to the AP. And in the 7 swing states, a total of just over 16 million people have voted, which is about 20% of the electorate. Now, each state is different when it comes to absentee mail processing and counting and when that can begin. For example, in Arizona, they start counting as soon as they receive those ballots. But here in Georgia and Pennsylvania, counting starts around 7 a.m. this morning. So historically, that state counts their ballots quickly. In 2020, 95% of the ballots counted were called by 8 p.m. on election night. So, of course, we're expecting to have a quick election in terms of counting here. Again, the Secretary of State mentioned that in his report. Todd and Carly.
Counting ballots quickly sounds like a good idea. Let's see how many states can do it. Dana Marie McNichol live for us in the Peach State. Dana Marie, thank you so much. So our focus isn't just on the White House this morning. We are also keeping a very close eye on some crucial down ballot races.
Madeline Rivera in Washington with the details. Good morning, Maddie.
Hi, good morning, guys. Republicans are feeling really good about taking back the Senate. They've got one of the best maps they've had in a long time. They just need a net gain of 2 seats to win the majority, or 1 if former President Trump wins the White House, since the vice president, of course, casts the tie-breaking vote. So here are some key races to watch. Republicans are all but sure to pick up a seat in West Virginia after Democratic Senator Joe Manchin's retirement. Then they're eyeing Montana as their next best pickup. The state's Democratic incumbent Senator John Tester has lagged behind his opponent, former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy, in recent polling. In Ohio, Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown is fending off businessman Bernie Moreno. The race there looking tight, too, as Brown hopes to win a 4th term in a state that has trended towards Republicans in recent election cycles. In Pennsylvania, Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey is facing off against David McCormick. Casey has tried to distance himself from the Biden administration, even highlighting his support of some of former President Trump's policies in an ad last month. The race for the open Senate seat in Michigan, meantime, is a toss-up between Democratic Congresswoman Elisa Slotkin and former Congressman Mike Rogers. And in Wisconsin, Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin is facing one of her toughest political fights yet against entrepreneur Eric Hovde. Democrats, though, feel a little more optimistic about their chances in the House. They just need a net gain of 4 seats to take control of the lower chamber. There are many competitive races. You see it right there on your screen, some of those battleground districts in Arizona, California, Maine, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, among others. With so many close races, it may take some time to figure out which party controls the House. Remember, 2 years ago, it took until mid-November. Carly and Todd.
All right, Madeline Rivera live for us. Maddie, thank you so much.
You got it.
Let's bring in pollster Justin Wallen. Justin, good morning to you. So we had a change of candidate on one side, 2 assassination attempts on the other, and it all comes down to today. The polls show that this is just too close to call. But you say there are some indicators that you're looking out for that could be a sign of things to come. So what are those?
Yeah, so when the polls, of course, which are the closest thing we have to a good indicator of what's going to happen, when they're this close, we have to look elsewhere. So there's a degrading degree of accuracy with these items, but they are telling. A couple of them are, first and foremost, there has been a wave in early voting from Republicans. This is unprecedented. It really has never happened before. I'm a California guy. We have early voting for a long, long time. The reality is Republicans just don't vote early, and they have. And in certain states, they've actually eclipsed Democratic voters. What's interesting to see here is that just going to be a full cannibalization of later voting trends, in which case it all nets out, basically zero. Or does this mean Republicans are actually more amped up, more energized? We're going to have to see how that plans out, because we've never seen it before. The other 2 components, which I think are really, really telling, is we're starting to see, and we have seen, a significant weakening in certain demographics for the Harris campaign in favor of Trump. One of them is black men, which has gotten a lot of press, and I think reasonably so. The other, which is, I think, potentially more powerful across the board simply because the size of the shift in the demographic trend, is amongst Latinos. And we're seeing a dramatic shift amongst Latinos who are less likely to vote for Harris, not to the point of majority, but these are iterative changes, and iterative changes win elections like this that are so tight.
Yeah, really great specifics there. Let's drill down even further. You mentioned Republicans. I want to drill down now to the early vote amongst Democrats in Pennsylvania. Our colleague Kayleigh McEnany had some math that says Trump's in a good position. Listen to this.
Donald Trump, there's no doubt, is in the best position he has ever been in. When you look at polls, he has a lead in 5 of the 7 battleground states, according to the Real Clear Politics average, all within the margin of error. Nate Cohn has affirmatively come out and said we have every reason to believe that the polling bias against Trump has not been corrected over the last 4 years. And then when I look at the early vote, I just checked the new returns out of Pennsylvania. 412,000 is what the Democrats have now. Most analysts say they would needed 415,000 to feel close, 420,000 to be comfortable. They are short of that.
Justin, what is your assessment of her math right there, specifically early Democrat vote in Pennsylvania?
I think she's right. That's exactly what we're looking towards in those early votes and those early numbers and those trends. I think that's one of the key indicators that suggests this may very well go towards Trump. And again, as Nate had mentioned and others mentioned, even at our very best, we are guessing here. But that's the world we live in. We world in uncertainty. We have to guess. And if it were my guess, I'd say that he wins the Electoral College.
Do you think we'll know who the next president is going to be by tonight? And if not, when?
That's a terrific question. I suspect so because of the rate of counting in those key races, which was mentioned earlier on this program, tends to be very quick. The challenge here is because we're at such a razor-thin margin, if those races are within 0.5%, it automatically triggers a recall. That's the point at which we won't know. So unfortunately, even that I can't say with certainty.
Should Republicans worry that their early vote success will cannibalize Election Day voting today?
Absolutely. That's the big question. And this is what makes this election so very, very interesting. There are trends that are occurring now that we've never seen before. So when we see this massive explosion, and it really is unprecedented, of Republicans voting early, does that mean that that's going to be a net increase of Republicans voting this cycle, which I suspect it will? Or does that simply mean, actually, it's a cannibalization and the proportions are the same? It's just when they're voting. We just don't know. There's no way to tell because it's never happened before.
Okay, well, there could be even more to celebrate or mourn, depending on the way things shake up. Because we're not just looking at the presidential race, of course, the balance of power in Congress with the House and Senate is also up for grabs. When it comes to the Senate, Democrats are vulnerable in New Hampshire, West Virginia, and Montana. So let's start with the Senate races and what you're watching out for there.
Yeah, those are the two races that I actually think are most likely to go towards Republicans. And as was mentioned earlier, if Trump wins the White House, Republicans really only need to win one race to take control of the Senate. If he loses, they need to take two. West Virginia, I think, is the least questionable. I think that's very, very likely to go Republican. I think they have that one largely in the bag. Montana is more of a question. It's a toss-up. But I feel that's the most likely of all these different Senate races that are toss-ups to go towards Republicans. I think those are the two races that actually matter the most on the GOP side, and I think they're likely to go Republican, and Republicans are likely to take the Senate.
Okay, and really quickly, when it comes to the House, obviously Republicans have a very slim majority. Nobody knows that better than House Speaker Mike Johnson, who has traveled to 243 cities in 40 states campaigning. So what will the outcome of the House be when all's said and done?
Very, very, very difficult to tell. Much more difficult to tell than the Senate. I do think Republicans will retain control, mainly because I think those blue states, New York and California, where there's some hotly contested races, I actually think those will retain their GOP seats. And we're going to pick up one seat. The Republicans will pick up one seat in Southern California, Katie Porter's old district. I think that's very likely to turn Republican. I do think it will be slim, but I think Republicans will retain control of the House.
It's a real interesting prediction because Katie Porter, remember, she ran for Senate as a Democrat. The fact that her seat could go Republican is interesting. Justin Wallen, way to get us kicked off here today. We appreciate it. Former President Trump scoring an endorsement from Patrick Mahomes' mother, Randy, at the Chiefs game last night.
Make America great again. Let's do it.
I was going to say Mahomes
Patrick
himself.
Mahomes' mom.
Her seal of approval comes after Brittany Mahomes, his wife, indicated her support of Trump in August after liking one of the former president's Instagram posts. Patrick Mahomes, let's be clear, has not endorsed a candidate and has not publicly shared his political beliefs. That's probably the best course of action for that young man.
But we think we know what his family,
yes,
how his family
pretty
feels.
Sure. As for the game involving Patrick Mahomes and his Chiefs, they hosted the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last night in a rainy one in KC, defending Super Bowl champions, needing overtime to remain undefeated. Watch.
Caliendo comes in. He's eligible. Here is Hunt for the touchdown. Kansas City remains unbeaten. 8-0.
Chiefs win 30-24. They are the NFL's final remaining unbeaten team as their quest for the league's first ever three-peat continues.
All right, from the game of football to the game of politics, the Harris campaign turning to the threat to democracy playbook to defeat Trump today.
It is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
Janelle King will tell us why this is just an alarmist rhetoric from Democrats.
And Carly, lest you had any questions about this, we do have a jam-packed show for you today. David Webb, Joe Concha, Iowa Congresswoman Marionette Miller Meeks, Tommy Lahren, and Mike Huckabee, all here live. Don't go anywhere. Election Day 2024. 16 electoral votes up for grabs in Georgia, and both candidates believe their path to victory runs right through the Peach State. Voters there have smashed early voting records with over 4 million ballots cast so far. Janelle King is the co-founder of Let's Win for America Action. She joins me now. Janelle, great to see you. You are extremely tapped into what is happening on the ground there in Georgia. What is the latest from overnight in the Peach State?
Just more excitement, more momentum. You know, what I tell you, everyone, while I'm down here is that what we saw with the early voting is just, to me, a snippet of what we're going to see going into Election Day. I've talked to more and more Republicans who stated that they voted for the first time early than they've ever. And I've also talked to individuals who are just excited about this opportunity. And what I'm seeing here is momentum. I can't ignore the fact that if you go to certain parts of the state, you do see momentum for Kamala. However, what I believe is the economy is going to drive this particular election. I think it's what's driving turnout, along with the fact that people really want to make sure they show that they care about this country and they care about who's running it.
Yeah, Democrats have been promising that black Georgia voters, especially the men, will ultimately come home to Kamala Harris. Is that what you're seeing in these closing hours, especially in light of reports that Georgia Dems are worried about low black turnout so far in Georgia?
Yeah, absolutely. And they should be. And, you know, I know that to be a fact because when you go to some of these polling places where it's predominantly black, it looks like a carnival is happening. I mean, you have pizza and snow cones and all kinds of stuff going on. And I know that that's because they are really, really concerned that the black vote is not going to turn out. I think for Trump, his greatest path to victory as it relates to voters is going to be black males as well as low propensity voters. And these are the voters that typically don't vote, but when they do, they find themselves voting Republican. And I think that's what we're seeing, particularly in the early voting numbers.
Let's broaden this out. Black America on the whole. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer says he is looking at 7:30 p.m. for a clearer picture of the black vote, specifically North Carolina first. That's where he's going for his indicator to see if Kamala has energized the black community. What early indicators are you looking at?
Same. I'm going to look and see what the lines are like at these polling places, particularly in areas that typically lean Democrat or have predominantly minority voters in them. If these lines are not long, if there's not, you know, a indicator that the election day turnout is going to somehow eclipse early voting, then I think that shows that the Republican voters are showing out way more than the Democrat voters. So I'm looking at the lines. I'm looking at whether or not we are, triggered as the election board members to assist with opening up new polling sites and things of that nature. I don't suspect any of that, but those would be indicators for me.
As for what Kamala voters and the people she wants to reach are hearing in her final pitch, take a listen.
And if you are watching or hearing me right now, and you haven't already, you have got to vote. If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
Except that it's not. That is a lie. It has been overused over and over and over again by the Democratic Party and those campaigning for Kamala. Are those overused lies having any material impact in the campaign?
I mean, I think the only impact it's having is that it's exposing the desperation of the left. You have Oprah saying that we're going to lose all of our voting rights. You have Kamala saying that Trump's going to destroy the Constitution, and somehow that also includes destroying our Second Amendment rights. Last time we were told that we were going to be put back in chains. You have Michelle Obama saying things like President Trump is going to destroy reproductive health care for women, when in fact she's referring to abortion, which is not reproduction at all. So I think it's just fascinating that they continue to use all of this rhetoric that is aimed at scaring you into voting rather than giving you something to vote for. I wish Kamala would stop talking so much about what she's afraid of and start telling us what she plans to do. The fact that she hasn't done that and we're sitting on Election Day, I think is a strong indicator that most people who are showing that they approve of President Trump over this administration that currently exists I think it's just going to show that most of these voters are going to swing their votes into the direction of the Republican Party, because at least they know what they're going to get instead of what they're being afraid of or what they should be afraid of.
Janelle King live from Georgia. Big night there tonight. Janelle, thank you. But Georgia is not the only huge election prize up for grabs. Both candidates campaigning hard for Pennsylvania. We're checking in to see what voters there are saying.
And Donald Trump gets a last-second endorsement from Joe Rogan. David Webb is here to break all of that down and what it means for the race coming up next. It is Election Day in America, and this race is in a dead heat. In less than 30 minutes, the first Election Day polls will begin to open in certain parts of Vermont.
But according to the AP, more than 81 million ballots have already been cast across 47 states and the District of Columbia, with millions more expected to head to the polls today. And of course, we're keeping a close eye on some crucial down-ballot races as the GOP looks to flip the Senate.
And as for the race to the White House, each candidate spent their final day on the trail hitting the swing states, as any one of those races could be the deciding factor in who ends up in the Oval Office. And a stark contrast between Trump and Harris in their Pennsylvania events. While former President Trump was talking directly to steel workers, Harris was busy greeting celebrities.
Some of the guys were telling me, the steel workers, they say the steel workers are with you, just the top guys aren't, because you know what? I don't even blame them. It's a habit. I want to save their jobs, whether it's auto workers or steel workers.
I want to thank all the outstanding artists and performers who are here tonight and sharing the gift that they have with all of us. I thank you all so very much. Thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to be here.
Philadelphia radio host Rich Zioli joins me now. Rich, good morning to you. The day has finally come. And the only thing that these candidates have in common, it seems, is that they both spent their final day on the campaign trail in Pennsylvania, but the images there couldn't be more different. So what do you think about that contrast in the strategy from the two campaigns?
Good morning, Carly. Yeah, so hanging out with steel workers, right? Union guys, blue-collar guys and girls versus, or gals, I should say, versus celebrities, Oprah. Big names that nobody can get near and nobody can touch. I mean, it's a huge contrast. And it goes to the fact that the Democrat Party has become the party of the elites, and they've lost touch with the working class people in this country. That's why Trump is winning with the union workers. And he's right. Listen, the union leadership's not with them because they have to do business with places like Philadelphia, right, where you've got Democrats controlling the city. So the leaders of the unions are not, but the working people are, and that's the key distinction. And the thing about Pennsylvania, Carly, as you know, and just like Michigan, too, is that for all the people that work in the energy industry, they've seen the Democrats with the war on energy. They know what's going to happen if Kamala Harris gets elected. Fracking, which is huge to Pennsylvania's economy, well, that's done. A moratorium at best, or maybe it's over completely. In Michigan, gas cars are gone. So the people that work in these industries and benefit from these industries, they're with Trump today.
Well, listen, the polls are neck and neck. So according to all of the polls, the indicators there are that this is a tie. But when you're walking around Pennsylvania talking to people, are you getting a sense, are you getting a feeling of where the state will go?
Yes. So I think there's a lot of enthusiasm for Trump. And I'm saying that because I had people call my radio show the other day, Carly, Friday, Bucks County, where a judge had extended early in-person voting till 5 p.m. People were waiting in line till 8:30 p.m. to vote. And that's the kind of enthusiasm we're seeing that match the 2016 levels. The same thing with these rallies that we keep seeing all across Pennsylvania. People are fired up and they're excited. But there's something else, too, here that's going on. And that is that the Democrat Party made a huge mistake by not picking Josh Shapiro. Or I should say Kamala really made the mistake by not picking Josh Shapiro, running mate. Tim Walz brings nothing to the table. Here you had a popular governor of the must-win state. And whoever wins Pennsylvania today is going to be the president of the United States of America. I think we all agree on that. And you could have had a popular governor, but they didn't pick him because he's Jewish, and they made a huge strategic error. And listen, Carly, she's running different messages depending on the audience. Pro-Israel messages in Pennsylvania and pro-Palestine messages in Michigan. It's really phony, and people see through it. So I think there's a momentum for Trump that I see right now. And being on the air in Philadelphia when Trump was elected in 2016, to me, this is very similar to 2016.
That's so interesting. And you're right. Kamala Harris spent her whole day in Pennsylvania. She made 4 different stops. And if you think about it, if she picked Josh Shapiro, she could have had him do some of that campaigning, and then she could have gone to other areas. So you're right to bring that up. And we'll see if she regrets it in the end or ultimately says it doesn't matter because she won this thing. So inflation in Pennsylvania is up by 19% since January 2021. It's the #1 issue in Pennsylvania and across the country. The messaging from the candidates couldn't be any more different. Donald Trump says he wants to fix it by bringing the cost of energy down, drill, baby, drill, increase oil and gas production. Kamala Harris has said that she wants to cut back on corporations with price gouging. What message is resonating more with Pennsylvania voters when it comes to the top issue?
The price gauging that she wants to go after, right? Well, we have some of the highest grocery store prices in America, actually outside of Philadelphia, which is crazy, right? But people don't believe that the evil grocery store chains are all colluding to raise prices and that nobody's smart enough to undercut them. People see through it. They understand that it's energy prices. Agriculture is the #1 industry in Pennsylvania. And all these farmers and everybody, the truckers, and everybody's dealing with the higher energy prices and then passing that on to the consumer. They get it. They're smart enough to see through this idea that it's just not, big potato chip deciding to put more air in their bags and make more money and just screw everybody, screw the consumer. They get it. It's about energy. And that's why Donald Trump saying drill, baby, drill matters, or frack, 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 which he's been saying in Pennsylvania. Carly, I give you this distinction, right? Trump gets elected, you'll see liquid natural gas export facilities built right outside of where I'm broadcasting from in Philadelphia. Right now in the United States of America, there is a ban on the export of liquid natural gas that the Biden administration put in place. You cannot have more of a stark difference between these two administrations. And I think people that work in the energy sector and people that understand that the price of energy drives inflation, drives prices at the grocery store because somebody has to manufacture and deliver those goods. I think if the Democrats win, if Kamala wins today, it's going to be the Green New Deal on steroids. They're going to go all in on this stuff. 2035, banning gas cars, banning gas stoves. Carly, I like to cook, right? I do the grocery shopping in my house, so I know how expensive things are, but I like to cook on my gas stove.
Right.
There could not be a more distinct difference between these two candidates on this issue.
Well, Rich, it all comes down to today, and no matter who wins, at least those political ads that I'm sure you have seen a million times over will end. So that could be a consolation prize to everybody living in swing states. Rich Zioli, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great day.
Carly.
All right, Todd, over to you.
All right, Carly, just before Election Day, former President Trump landing a major endorsement from Joe Rogan, the podcast host, writing on X, quote, the great and powerful Elon Musk. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump, end quote. Trump also earning the support of the son of baseball legend Roberto Clemente, who spoke at his rally last night. Listen.
My father, the name Clemente, what it means is goodwill and unity. I believe that your team is going to bring it all home. I believe in everything that you stand for right now, being able to make the change for our families. And I told this man that I commit myself to helping RFK Jr. with our kids and making America healthy again.
David Webb is a Fox News contributor. David joins me now. Look, endorsements are nice. I don't know how many people say, person X said they're going to vote for candidate Y, so I am as well. But it's different if they turn out the vote. With regard to Joe Rogan's endorsement of Trump, will that turn out the young males that everybody says Donald Trump needs to win in order to take this election?
More likely than, say, an Oprah endorsement or a celebrity from Hollywood. Here's why. On a daily basis, or let's call it whatever time people listen to Joe Rogan, they get 3 hours of Joe Rogan. So radio hosts, right? I do 3 hours a day. He does his 3-hour-long show. People bond with you. They trust you on a variety of issues. They tend to take your word more than they do from somebody who comes in on their private plane, stands up there and lectures you with falsehoods and lies. The contrast isn't more clear. It's about the messenger, and actually their base that trusts them. Joe Rogan talks about baseball, if he talks about UFC, if he talks whatever it is, people say, okay, I got to listen to Joe Rogan. That's a big difference. They don't wake up and go, let me hear what Oprah has to say today.
And if he gets those young males, especially in Pennsylvania, out, that could be huge. From young males in Pennsylvania to older people in Pennsylvania. And I want to focus on the Roberto Clemente's son endorsement, because there have been reports that Donald Trump is having trouble turning out seniors in Pennsylvania for him. I hear a Roberto Clemente Jr. endorsement, and I think to myself, that's going to hit the older Latinos, the older blacks, the older whites in Pittsburgh, and may convince them to pull the lever for Donald Trump, which could be huge for him. Your thoughts?
Look, Roberto Clemente's a name that carries a legacy with it. A little bit different than the endorsement conversation. But the fact is, this is someone who resonated with people as a ball player because he was one of the people. You got Roberto Clemente Park in Jersey City. You've got all these other people that remember that fondly, and I think it speaks to it. As far as the older people not turning out, I'm not sure I buy that one. I know a lot of people in Pennsylvania. I have friends in Western Pennsylvania, Doylestown, other areas, and they're seniors, and they have parents that are seniors. And anecdotally, they're out there, and they have been for years supporting Donald Trump. Then you go to Amish country. You get 80,000 Amish in Western Pennsylvania. I think about 90,000 in Ohio. And then you've got them spread around the country. That community communicates with each other. And a lot of that are the older voters, the more traditional voters who are looking at things as religious liberty. Am I free to live my life without government coming in? I think they're missing the older vote in Pennsylvania.
It's so funny you mentioned the Amish vote, because I interviewed a gentleman in Pennsylvania this weekend, and he told me...
The English interviewed the Amish.
Right, exactly, yeah, I am English. So he was wearing a 47 shirt. Obviously, he was all in the tank for Trump. But he said what he was doing, like his role in the campaign, is to turn out the Amish. So 15-second answer. Could Donald Trump's Amish turnout determine the fate of our nation?
As someone who has friends that are driving the Amish to the polling locations, if necessary, this is all throughout, again, Western Pennsylvania, call it the Puxatawney, Doylestown, all of that area, Du Bois, Pennsylvania, yes.
Wow.
And I've been there a lot of times in the past for personal reasons, have cows out there. That area is pro-Trump.
Mark the tape, 4:43 on Election Day morning. David Webb predicting the Amish could tilt the balance. David Webb, great to be with you this entire journey. Appreciate your time. Big night tonight. All right, no mention of the border, the migrant crisis, or migrant crime in Vice President Harris's final rally. Texas Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz responds next. Vice President Harris has mailed her ballot to California, but she's facing backlash for refusing to reveal how she voted on an anti-crime proposition. Listen.
How did you vote on Prop 36? So my ballot is on its way to California, and I'm going to trust the system that it will arrive there. And I am not going to talk about the vote on that because, honestly, it's the Sunday before the election, and I don't intend to create an endorsement one way or another around it. But I did vote.
Well, a sheriff telling Fox News Digital, quote, Proposition 36 will roll back some of the most harmful, soft-on-crime policies California Democrats have enacted. The vice president's reluctance to vocally support this critical public safety measure is yet another failure in a long career of failures when it comes to keeping our citizens safe. If passed, Prop 36 would make the crime of shoplifting a felony for repeat offenders and increase penalties for some drug charges. Carl.
All right, former President Trump hammering his message on the border crisis during his final rallies on the campaign trail yesterday.
We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show they can love our country. We are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens and our land. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded.
Harris, however, had no mention of the border or immigration during her final speech. Texas Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz is the Republican candidate for Texas's 15th district, and she joins me now. Congresswoman, good morning to you. So the Hispanic vote could sway this election. Now that the campaigning is over, both candidates have made their final pitch. What will we be talking about tomorrow when it comes to this voting bloc?
Well, it will be what we have been talking about for the last 4 years of a failed Biden-Harris administration, and that is the border. The border is at chaos. And in my district, where we are over 80% Hispanic, it is the #1 issue. We do not like the chaos, the crime, and what has come about since the Harris-Biden administration. Hispanics are leaning towards President Trump because they know that he can secure the border. They know that he will bring law and order. And this is what is important to Hispanics, and it will sway the vote come tomorrow or today, November 5th.
Okay, so a couple questions on messaging. When Donald Trump talks about wanting to ban sanctuary cities across the country, how does that play with Hispanic voters?
Look, we are not in a sanctuary city here in South Texas. Why? It's because we believe in legal immigration. We want people to come through the front door of America legally. So we want to deter immigrants from taking the very dangerous track through Mexico, where they are being exploited by the cartels through sex trafficking, women who are raped, children who are abused. And so we know that under President Trump, he is going to bring the law and order. And I believe that this will be part of the law and order that he brings, deterring illegal immigration through our southern border.
Another messaging moment comes courtesy of rapper Fat Joe, who is campaigning for Kamala Harris. Take a listen to what he said recently.
Where's the orgullo? Where's the pride? Where's your pride if you're still out there talking about you might be voting for somebody or you're not decided? Where's your pride as a Latino? What more they got to do to show you who they are?
He's talking about undecided Latino voters saying, where's your pride if you don't know who to vote for or vote for Donald Trump? What do you think about that?
Well, look, I think at the end of the day, this isn't about pride. This is about the cost of groceries and going to the grocery store and not being able to afford groceries. It is about border security and national security. This is fundamental to Hispanics. It is fundamental to Latinos. They want safety. They want to be able to afford life. And under President Trump, this will happen. And that's why I believe that President Trump is going to once again win the Hispanic vote.
Okay, really quickly here, let's talk about your race against Democrat Michelle Vallejo. It's a rematch. She's taken a much harder stance on border security than she did 2 years against you. So really quickly, tell us about the state of the race and how you're feeling going into today.
You know, I don't think that she is a serious candidate. She stood beside Bernie Sanders and AOC and the socialist progressive liberals in the last cycle. She lost. The community has seen my hard work. They know that I have worked very hard for them over the last 2 years. And I believe that today we will prove victorious once again.
All right, Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz, we will be watching. Thank you so much for waking up early and joining us today on this very important day. Have a good one. All right, we are just minutes away from the first polls opening in Vermont. We have all the latest Election Day coverage coming up in our next hour.
5 minutes until it begins. Isn't that wild? And we'll get expert analysis from Joe Concha, Joe Pisoni, Tommy Lahren, and Mike Huckabee, all coming up. It's Election Day, and the first polls are officially open in Vermont.
It is happening. More than 81 million people have early voted as in-person voting begins this morning all across the country.
And Carly, the first results of Election Day are in from Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, showing a 3-3 even split, because why not? This election is truly too close to call. You're watching a special 2-hour edition of Fox and Friends. First, I am Todd Pirate.
And I'm Carly Shimkus. We have live team coverage this morning with Dana Marie McNichol live in Battleground, Georgia. Plus, Kaylee McGee-White is standing by.
But we start with Brooke Singman live in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the former president is expected to spend his election day today. Good morning, Brooke.
Good morning, guys. The day we have all been waiting for, it is Election Day 2024. So last night, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris making their final pitches to voters in key battleground states.
With your vote tomorrow, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country. And I will bring back the American dream.
The momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
And it was two very different days on the campaign trail. Trump was joined on stage by steelworkers despite their union endorsing Harris, while Harris was joined by several celebrities.
I cast my vote for someone who will be a president for all Americans.
If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
4 years ago, I became a mother, and she is the reason I am voting for Kamala Harris. I know she will protect my daughter's future and your children's future.
But Trump was out rallying voters until 2 a.m. after his final stop in Michigan, and he also picked up a last-minute endorsement from podcaster Joe Rogan.
It just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that good? Thank you, Joe. That's so nice. And he doesn't do that.
So today, former President Trump is spending Election Day here in Florida, and Vice President Harris is spending the day at the Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. Guys?
All right, and I'm sure no matter what the outcome, both candidates are going to take a big old nap.
Yes.
After all of this is over. Brooke Singman live for us. Brooke, thank you so much. All right, let's go to Dana Marie McNichol in Georgia with a look at some of the key down-ballot races. Hi, Dana Marie.
Hi, good morning, Carly. Well, just to begin, Georgia voters, most of them have already cast their ballots, breaking records, 4 million early voters. And Georgia Secretary of State says just about 1 million people expected in person today. That's going to be a close race here in the battleground, but also what the control of Congress also at stake. So let's take a look at that control of the Senate. Although Democrats narrowly control it, 51 to 49. Republicans are favored to take control next year. This will determine which party holds the majority and power to support or block the next president's agenda. Now, Democrats do need to win a handful of House seats to gain party control from Republicans. Also in the House, currently Republicans hold the majority with 220 seats, while Democrats hold 212 seats, and there are currently 3 vacancies. There are a couple of key Senate toss-up races to watch right now. Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. They have been consistently tied through the final weeks of the election. And we do have some of those key Senate races that the election cycle has been focusing on, mostly Michigan, Montana, Wisconsin, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. There are about 10 seats most likely to flip. I do want to note former President Trump won Ohio and West Virginia back in 2020 in that presidential election. In the meantime, the GOP has a shot of easily picking up seats in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And back out here live in Georgia, the latest numbers show 81 million people have voted nationwide across the U.S. Polls open here at 7 a.m. It's expected to be a very busy day. Carly?
Less than 2 hours away. Dana Marie, thank you. Both candidates hoping to sway voters in key battleground states, as we well know by now, including those who've actually moved there from very, very blue states. Listen to this. A Wall Street Journal op-ed saying, quote, Population shifts in the 2010s reduced Democrats' advantage in the Electoral College after the post-2020 census reapportionment. California, Illinois, Michigan, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia each lost a vote. Meantime, Texas picked up 2. Colorado, Florida, Montana, North Carolina, and Oregon each added 1.
Kaylee McGee-White is a Steamboat Institute Blankley Fellow and the Restoring America editor at the Washington Examiner. And she joins us now to kick off her very busy day, focusing on all things election. So we thank you so much for waking up early. So, Kaylee, what are you going to be focusing on today during the election, and what do you think the outcome will ultimately be?
Well, I think there are 3 key things to look for today. The first are going to be the early returns from states that aren't necessarily a part of the swing states, but are still remarkably close. Those are states like Virginia and New Hampshire, where we can expect to get results much earlier tonight than we will from states like Michigan or Pennsylvania, the ones that will ultimately decide the presidential contest. And these states are important because if it looks like Donald Trump is polling closely to Kamala Harris in a state like Virginia, that ultimately means there's a very high chance he could have an electoral college sweep. This is not a state that typically goes red, and the fact that he is polling as closely to Kamala Harris in that state is very telling. The other 2 things that I'm looking at are the Senate and the House races. If you're a Republican, you feel pretty good about the Senate right now. Ted Cruz, Rick Scott, and out in Montana, those 3 pickups, along with West Virginia, almost guarantee Republican control of the Senate. And that doesn't include some of these swing races, such as in Ohio and Michigan, where Donald Trump could pull the Republican candidates across the finish line if he finishes strong there. And then there's the House. The House is going to be a bit of a tighter contest than I think anyone really expected. And the state that I'm particularly looking at when it comes to the House is New York State. New York was instrumental in 2022 in helping Republicans keep control of the House. It's going to be instrumental again. There are several important House races there that are polling very closely right now.
I'm glad you mentioned New York, because this Wall Street Journal article to me is fascinating. New York, California, you have your Illinois, these very, very deep blue states. People fled them. They were tired of paying the taxes, tired of the high cost of living. They go to other states. It rejiggers the Electoral College. So in the end, could California and New York and Illinois end up winning the presidency for Donald Trump when the math shakes out? What do you think, Kaylee?
Well, there's actually an argument that those blue states you just mentioned are overcounted in the Electoral College right now. The U.S. Census Bureau admitted back in 2020 that it actually undercounted Florida's population growth. So Florida should technically have more Electoral College votes than it does. That change was not made in time for this election. So if this race is very, very close, as many expect it to be, I think that you can expect some lawsuits from the Republican side challenging that census count to see if anything can be changed retroactively.
Wow. Okay, so we do have our first returns already in from Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. In 2020, all 6 votes went to Joe Biden, but 3 votes today went to Kamala Harris, 3 went to Donald Trump. I know it's just 6 votes, but what do you think about this return, and if it's a sign of things to come?
Again, it's surprising that a state like New Hampshire is even as close as it is. And the Trump campaign has really been leaning in its final days on some of these sleeper states like New Hampshire and Virginia. Because let's say he's not able to break the blue wall and Kamala Harris holds Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Well, if Trump keeps the Rust Belt, and he also is able to take either New Hampshire or Virginia, it doesn't matter what the blue wall does. He doesn't need it anymore. So again, he did a rally in Virginia this past week. He also went to New Hampshire. That is a sign that he feels very confident in his chances there. And the fact that we're even talking about New Hampshire and Virginia on Election Day is quite shocking, and it should be a good sign for Republicans today.
Kaylee McGee-White, way to kick off the 5 a.m. East Coast Hour. We appreciate it. If you're keeping track of the scorecard, and I know Kaylee, Carly Shimkus, that's your name, is Trump just landed another big celebrity endorsement. That's Joe Rogan. And that's Joe Concha from the red carpet to the voting booth. Next. Hey, you may have missed this if you were sleeping, and this is big. Former President Trump landing a major endorsement from Joe Rogan just before the election. Happened a little bit before 9 last night. Podcast host writing on X, quote, the great and powerful Elon Musk. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. Trump also earning the support from the son of baseball legend Roberto Clemente, who spoke at his rally last night.
My father, the name Clemente, what it means is goodwill and unity. I believe that your team is going to bring it all home. I believe in everything that you stand for right now, being able to make the change for our families. And I told this man that I commit myself to helping RFK Jr. with our kids and making America healthy again.
Fox News contributor Joe Concha joins me now. Joe, point blank, let's start with Rogan. Will the Rogan endorsement get the young male in the swing state who may have been on the fence? I don't know if I want to go out, wait in lines today, I'm tired. Will they go out in the next 8 to 12 hours and vote for Donald Trump because of what Joe Rogan said last night?
Well, it certainly can't hurt, Todd. That's certainly for sure. This is the most popular podcaster in the country. More than 14 million people tune in to hear his podcast on a daily basis, many of them young men, to your point. And it shows that when you show up, that helps as well. Donald Trump did 3 hours with Rogan. J.D. Vance did 4 hours with Rogan. Kamala Harris said, yeah, I'll do an interview with you, but it could only be an hour and you have to come to me. Well, that didn't help her cause, certainly. And this perfectly underscores, Todd, the contrast in this election. Democrats have become the party of elites, the party of the richest 1%. Donald Trump's Republican Party is the party of the working man and woman, the kind of party that gets endorsements from a UFC guy like Joe Rogan or former Democrat presidential candidates like Tulsi Gabbard, like Bobby Kennedy Jr., or former Democrats like Elon Musk. And we'll see how that plays out on Election Day and if that translates into votes. I have a feeling that it will in key places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, where you'd rather be Donald Trump with those endorsements than Kamala Harris, who's going around with Lady Gaga or other celebrities, Cardi B, and thinking that that's going to really make a difference in places like Pennsylvania, like Wisconsin, like Michigan. As somebody who understands the struggles of what this country is currently going through, when you put rich people out there and they say a couple of words written for them in a teleprompter, I'm not sure that calculates to too many votes as opposed to the other side, Todd.
Before we get to the Harris endorsements, quickly on the Clemente. Roberto Clemente Jr. is not bringing in any 20-year-olds from Pittsburgh, but he could bring in the 80-year-old Democrat Latino who has voted Democrat their entire lives. Quickly on that.
Sure. Roberto Clemente is one of the great outfielders of all time. He played for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and people remember him as fondly as anybody who's ever come out of Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania, like a Dan Marino, like a Joe Montana. So, yeah, I think having him out there, again, shows that coalition that Trump has built that goes well beyond just white men. It goes to all races and creeds. And again, it certainly can't hurt, Todd.
Well, let's get to those celebrities rallying behind Kamala Harris, Lady Gaga, Oprah, and others. Watch.
Cast my vote for someone who will be a president for all Americans.
If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
4 years ago, I became a mother, and she is the reason I am voting for Kamala Harris. I know she will protect my daughter's future and your children's future.
Where's the orgullo? Where's the pride? Where's your pride if you're still out there talking about you might be voting for somebody or you're not decided? Where's your pride as a Latino? What more they got to do to show you who they are?
Two-parter for you here, Joe. One, will these women, specifically Oprah and her voting lies, which those are lies, they need to be called out as such, get women to vote?
Yeah.
And will Fat Joe bring down Kamala like he did the Yankees every time he stepped into a World Series? Remember, the Yankees lost that game. So is Kamala toast, much like, you know, he made the Yankees toast?
Yeah, all the people you just saw on stage, Todd, their bank accounts look like phone numbers. All right, again, and all I heard there was anger and fear throwing out at that audience. That's not what this campaign was supposed to be built on. It's supposed to be the campaign of joy. That certainly has changed. And I don't know if that message is one that exudes confidence and victory. It sounds like one that fears that they may not be called the winner tomorrow or the next day or Saturday or whenever this thing is called. Yeah, I don't think it really resonates, quite frankly, Todd.
Definitely a lot of yelling. Take that for what it's worth. Joe Concha, always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you.
Happy Election Day.
And you too. Could Gen Z and college voters be the spoilers for Republicans? We're actually going to dig into that. That's coming up next. It is Election Day, and the polls are officially open in parts of Vermont. And in about 30 minutes, polls will open in Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Virginia, parts of Maine, and Kentucky. More than 81 million ballots have already been cast across 47 states and the District of Columbia, with millions more voters expected to head to the polls today.
Former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris spent their final night campaigning across the battlegrounds. Harris's final rally was in Philadelphia, and Trump's was in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're also watching a handful of down-ballot races that could determine control of the Senate. And as for the House, Iowa is emerging as a key battleground state in Republicans' bid to widen their majority in the House. Congresswoman Mariannette Miller Meeks is on the ballot today, fending off a challenge from Democrat Christina Bohannon. And Congresswoman Mariannette Miller Meeks joins me now. Congresswoman, good morning to you. Want to talk about your race, of course. But first, yesterday, a major topic of conversation among some members of the media had to do with this Des Moines Register poll that showed Kamala Harris up in Iowa against Donald Trump. Take a listen to what some portions of their conversation sounded like. Watch this.
I know at times we don't know what these polls mean, but that definitely can't mean a bad thing for her, whereas it could for him. This pollster has been right.
You said at the time, a canary in the coal mine. A lot of people Saturday night were saying the same thing, canary in the coal mine.
This poll is known as Iowa's gold standard. It's conducted by the acclaimed pollster J. Ann Seltzer, who has accurately predicted the outcome of many recent elections in that state.
So, Congresswoman, weigh in on this conversation and the emphasis on this poll. What do you think?
Well, I think that they're grasping at straws. We feel that this poll is an outlier. If you just look at the registration, Republican registration over this past cycle is up statewide about 137,000. So people aren't going to register Republican and then vote for Kamala Harris. So but with anything, you take it seriously, and we always campaign like we're losing. So we were out yesterday, we were out all weekend, knocking doors, visiting with people, going to community events, making sure that we got people out to vote. So if anything, I would say, regardless of the poll, the push is to get your supporters to the poll, especially when there are razor-thin margins that there have been actually all throughout this election.
Okay, so the balance of power in the House is of utmost importance, and all eyes are on your district, Congresswoman. In 2020, you won your House seat by 6 votes. In 2022, you increased that to 20,000 votes. But if election analysts are to be believed, this is going to be a very tight race that you're locked in right now. So how are you feeling today, and why so tight?
Well, this was always going to be a tight race. This is a swing district. And, you know, there are several things that had happened. So the state passed a heartbeat bill. Last year, it was held up by the Supreme Court about 4 months ago. You've got you had a very popular governor on the ballot with me in 2022. And right now in Iowa, it's just the president and then the Congress people. And the Democrats have poured $15 million into this race, attack ads, and they've had proxy groups that are basically outright lies that they're being perpetuated. So always going to be a tight race, but I can just tell you all the events we went to over the weekend, 3 different pancake breakfasts, crisscrossing the entire district. We feel very good what we see at the doors, what we feel when we're out with individuals, when we're at public events. So we feel very good. I feel very good going into election. Our polls will open here in a couple of hours. And I think that's going to be a bellwether. What you see in early voting, there's been record turnout among Republicans in early voting. So if you see record numbers of Republicans showing up at the poll, that tells you that we've got our peoples out in droves to vote.
Congresswoman Marionette Miller Meeks of Iowa's 1st District. Congresswoman, thank you so much and happy Election Day.
Thank you.
Todd, over to you.
Carly, could Gen Z and college voters be a spoiler for Republicans today? A lot of this election has been geared toward swaying of young voters, but one conservative influencer says Democrats aren't the only ones reaching the voting bloc. Listen.
Trump has all the pull, he has all the support. Why not get him on some of these shows and some of these podcasts to help swing a few more young people? I think the young people are more on fire for Trump than they've ever been, and that's why these things were just a good little boost. They don't see that side of him that the media tries to suppress so heavily. So when we were able to get him to these young audiences and put it in front of their faces, it was awesome, and it did really well.
Will Pierce was the executive director for Draft Biden in 2016 and a former senior advisor to Bernie Sanders. He joins me now. Will, great to have you in studio. You saw that Axios article saying water is wet. Donald Trump is probably not going to win a majority of college students. We know that. But when you hear Bo Loudons of the world and in your own experience, did Donald Trump do enough in the closing days of the campaign to peel off enough young voters with that rise in young voter momentum to make a difference today?
Absolutely, Todd. And the main thing is voter registration and early voting as well. Look at Pennsylvania, look at Arizona. If you look at what Turn Point USA did and also organizations in Pennsylvania did, they got voter registration up. They did early voter as well. And you see these numbers, and that's why Kamala Harris spent all day in Pennsylvania yesterday.
Okay, so that's registering. I want to know, pulling the lever, circling in the dot, did the Trump campaign do enough to meet these voters where they are and convince them of the message? I'm looking at social media, specifically TikTok. I'm looking at gaming apps to try to get that young male. And, of course, the podcast. Trump did a lot of them, Rogan, Vaughn, Schultz. But did he and the campaign do enough in the aggregate?
You can tell they did because the Harris campaign, they're scared. What they did as well is they were trying to get more and more youth vote, like you just said. But the main thing is this, the youth vote, they understand as well that like the main issues that's affecting our country, the economy, education, everything like that. And the main thing is too, if you see what Harris did, she was trying to do the appeal at the end, trying to get out the vote, but I don't think it was enough.
You mentioned Pennsylvania. I was in Pennsylvania over the weekend, Penn State, Ohio State game, talking to the young voters. And I'm the old man. I'm literally old enough to be these kids' dad. And I talked to a lot of the young men who were in fraternity houses. And I said, I understand you want Trump. You gave me the Trump chant in my ear on camera. But are you going to physically go on Tuesday if you haven't voted already? And they said, yes, we are mobilizing the whole House. You're young. You have these friends in Pennsylvania. Are they going today, or are they just talking a good game? Have they voted already? What do you see?
I think they're going to go today, but also look at the numbers. I think they already went as well. You see early voting numbers are through the roof in states that for Republican votes. That's not usually supposed to happen. You're supposed to have them vote, like you said, on Election Day. And what they did, you saw a lot of people turning out beforehand, doing a lot of early voting as well.
When the postmortem on this election is done, this youth vote is going to be dissected. Will Pierce giving us an insight, a little prediction as to what he thinks. Appreciate your time, sir, as always. From one will to another, where there's a will, there's a way. And let's check in with Will Kane. He's having breakfast with friends at the Sweet Spot in Concord, North Carolina. Polls open in about an hour. Hey, Will.
Good morning to you, Todd. Let's take a quick pulse of Concord, North Carolina. It's, of course, an all-important swing state. One of the 7 battleground states is probably going to decide this race for the president. So let's find out how many people in here have already voted. Did you already vote? Early vote? It looks like almost everybody already has cast their vote. Let me talk to Donnie and Bob really quick. Donnie, Bob, do you guys mind sharing with me which way did you vote, and separately, which way do you feel it's going to go here in North Carolina?
Well, I voted for Trump. I feel like it's going to go his way. Just like I said, anecdotally, I've seen that a lot of people are energized for Trump in this city.
Bob, I know you said Mecklenburg County is a pretty Democratic county, but how are you feeling? I mean, this state is gigantic for the race for the president. It's pretty much a must-win for Donald Trump.
I think we're in a
pretty tight race. It's hard to say who's going to win, but it seems like Trump has the momentum.
Okay. I keep asking about women. I'm always curious how women are going to vote. There's been, some question. Of course, the Harris campaign wants to act like, hey, vote for Kamala Harris, but don't tell your husband. It'll be all right if he votes for Donald Trump. So here's two ladies. We'll find out if that's the game plan inside their households. Of course, if you told me on television, your husband would find out.
I don't have a husband.
Well, we're safe on that front this morning. Good morning to you. How do you feel like it's going in North Carolina? Where are you going to cast your vote? If you wouldn't mind sharing with America.
No problem. I'm in Mecklenburg County, and I will cast my vote today. There's something traditional about voting on Election Day, for me personally.
And will that be, do you mind me asking? Do you mind sharing? If you mind me asking, I'm still going to ask. But it's up to you on whether or not you share. Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump.
There we go. I don't have to guess, I think.
Donald Trump all the way.
How do you feel? I'm just curious, since we talk about women, how do you feel about your social group, your friends here in North Carolina, among other women? Are they going the direction of Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
It's definitely split, so I'm curious to see how. I think Charlotte is a very blue city, but across the state, I'm really hopeful that we're going for Donald Trump across the state.
Well, there's that split that we're going to be watching all day long, into the night, and possibly, Todd, throughout the next couple of days as votes are counted in these battleground states. But this is what it feels like right now from the sweet spot in Concord, just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. Back to you in New York.
Very good. Okay. The woman of the Todd and Carly duo is also here. And, Will, if you turn around, you could see yourself on TV in that big screen back there. So that's pretty cool as well.
Wow.
Oh, yeah,
Inside the looking glass.
Double, right.
That is awesome.
That's 3 Will Canes in this block. We had 2 Will Canes and 1 Will Pierce.
Good stuff. Looking forward to hearing more from you on Fox and Friends, live at the sweet spot in North Carolina. All right, Tommy Lahren is next. Keep it right here on Fox and Friends First.
Former President Trump leaving Pittsburgh with support from steelworkers who are splitting with their union to back Trump.
Cheryl Casoni from our sister network Fox Business is here with more. Hi, Cheryl.
Good morning, and this is a powerful group. We're talking 1.2 million members if you count members and retirees. Wow. And you've got families, generations of steelworkers in the state of Pennsylvania. Obviously, the road to the White House is going to go through Pennsylvania. Now, one of the things that was interesting is at this rally that was held, that President Trump held, look, even though the union endorsed Harris, a lot of the members showed up to support President Trump at this rally. And according to Politico, one steelworker said, hey, look, he saved us once with tariffs. He's going to save us again. So the rank and file are going, they're more moving, they're saying, towards Trump, even if the leadership is saying going for Harris. Let me give you a couple of examples here of how important this vote is in Pennsylvania, okay? There's more than 123,000 full and part-time steel workers in Pennsylvania right now. If you look at a report from Allegheny County officials, Pennsylvania's steel industry, it's $55 billion in economic output. It adds $20 billion to the state's economy. Look, there's also the issue of the Nippon Steel merger, guys, right? Which bipartisan, both Harris and Trump have said they oppose that merger. These steelworkers say that's going to steal our jobs. But this goes to, there they are with the hard hats. This goes to this local PA group, Steelworkers for Trump. They're the ones that showed up and said, no, we have our own minds. Yeah. And we believe that because of tariffs, because he has said he's going to add tariffs on China, tariffs on Mexico, he's going to add, he said he would go 25, 50, 75%, maybe 100% on steel coming in from Mexico, guys.
It's very interesting, yeah.
Right.
And the closing images also matter. You have Donald Trump with the steel workers, and Kamala Harris had that big celebrity event as well. So it's definitely a unique contrast how both campaigns decided to close out this election cycle.
Right. No, I mean, I'm telling you, that you can't, if you look at the momentum in Pennsylvania and also in Arizona, which I've been following closely, it is going to be a heck of a day.
It's
an even
certainly
bigger
will.
night.
And that is a prediction you can count on. Cheryl Casoni live for us. Don't miss Cheryl on Mornings with Maria. Cheryl, have a great day. All right, Vice President Kamala Harris is counting on female voters as women outpace men in early voting, but comments like these could cost her support.
Remind everybody, if you're voting for these Republicans in New York, you are voting for someone who supports Donald Trump, and you're anti-woman, you're anti-abortion, and basically you're anti-American.
Donald Trump, you never see him around strong, intelligent women, ever.
It's just that simple. They're intimidating to him. He doesn't like to be challenged by them.
Outkick host Tommy Lahren joins me now. Tommy, good morning to you. So a lot has been made about this gender divide. So what do you think about those comments and where the election stands right now?
Well, I'll tell you this, there are a lot of conservative women out there that will not be taking cues from the Democrat Party, which often cannot define what a woman is and wants men and women's sports, restrooms, and locker rooms. But I'll also tell you this, there is something that the Kamala campaign, in my opinion, has not factored in, and that is the pro-choice Trump voter. Yes, they exist. I will call them the Melania voter for simplicity's sake. That's women out there that might vote against abortion restrictions on ballot initiatives. They might be pro-choice. They wouldn't vote for abortion restrictions if it were on their ballot. However, they will show out and they will vote for Donald Trump because they trust him that he will not sign a national abortion ban, which he has reiterated time and time again. And they also want their country to be safe, secure again. They want women's sports to have integrity again. They want to protect vulnerable women in their communities from thugs, felons, and criminal illegal aliens. There is a sleeper voter out there that is for Donald Trump. They might not put on a MAGA hat. They might not be loud about it, but when they get in that voting booth, they're going to vote for the safety of their family and their community. There are a lot of women in that category. The Kamala campaign does not see them coming, and they're going to show up today.
Okay, so we know that Vice President Kamala Harris already voted. She voted by mailing in her ballot in California. Axios just referred to her as the no comment candidate because of answers like this on an anti-crime proposition in California. Listen to this.
How did you vote on Prop 36? So my ballot is on its way to California, and I'm going to trust the system that it will arrive there. And I am not going to talk about the vote on that because, honestly, it's the Sunday before the election, and I don't intend to create an endorsement one way or another around it. So, but I did vote.
I mean, Tommy, the Sunday before the election, that's the exact point as to why she should answer the question on where she stands on an anti-crime proposition that would increase penalties on things like shoplifting.
Well, it's disgraceful, and she is one of the architects behind Prop 47, which Prop 36 seeks to really undo, and it, I believe, single-handedly caused a lot of the lawlessness and the crime crisis in California. Make shoplifting a crime again. It's not hard to advocate for that position. The majority of even Californians believe that there needs to be more of a crackdown, and they are going to vote for Prop 36 to make sure that happens. This is why people don't trust Kamala Harris. It's a slam dunk to say that you want to reduce crime in the state of California, your home state, that you were a district attorney, an AG, and a senator, but you still can't tell us how you feel about a very important proposition in your home state. This is exactly why people don't trust that she's going to be a moderate, because she still has radical views. If not, she would explain to us how she feels about this and many other things. She has yet to do it, and unfortunately for her, the time has run out.
All right, Tommy, thank you so much. And we're going to be watching your live election coverage with Pete Hegseth tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Fox Nation. Tommy, have a great day. You're going to do a wonderful job, as always.
And speaking of that man, let's check in with Fox and Friends Weekend Goes, Pete Hegseth, live at the Coop in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Polls open there, 8 a.m. Pete,
hey,
how's it looking?
I mean, guys, here we are again. Here we are again. We've made it. It is Election Day. It is Waukesha, Wisconsin, where we are at the Coop, talking to the folks all morning long. I mean, what matters are the people behind us. What matters are the voters. They're the ones that speak today. The pundits are done. The politicians are done. It's in the hands of we the people. So I know from talking to folks behind me already, we've got some that have already early voted, many that are planning to go to the polls today. We will give you an insight into what's motivating them, how they're feeling, what are the vibes here in Wisconsin, part of the so-called blue wall. Will it fall down today? We're going to find out. Todd, Carly, it's going to be a heck of a morning. We do it right here on Fox and Friends, and we're back in the diners.
And you know how we know it's serious? Hegseth's wearing a tie.
Oh,
when was the last time Hegseth wore a tie
That's
to
right.
a diner?
That's right. It's time. It's Election Day, you know?
Oh, your picture's so small.
Come on, I dress up.
Well, you look good.
I got a haircut for Election Day, too.
Wow.
Everything.
No
We're
mullet.
ready.
Not
It's
playing.
a big
He means
day.
business today.
All right, Pete, have a good one. We'll check back in with you very
Big boy
soon.
time.
All right, it's been a very long election season, and it's all leading up to Election Day today.
Mike Huckabee here next. Don't miss it.
All right, right, let's go to Rachel Campos-Duffy at Superior Restaurant in Emmaus, Pennsylvania, near Allentown, where the polls open at 7 a.m. Hey, Rachel.
Good morning. You're right. We're in Emmaus, and it is in Lehigh County. We're near Allentown. Remember, Donald Trump has come to this state 15 times, and Kamala Harris 16 times. So clearly this is the battleground. This is where it's happening. People are up and early. Let's see a show of hands from everybody. Who's already voted? This table here, everybody else has told me they're voting today, right? Yeah. Voting today. Exciting stuff happening right here in Pennsylvania.
There we go. Rachel Campos-Duffy will be seeing you all morning long on Fox and Friends. Thank you. Meantime, former President Trump giving his closing remarks in Michigan earlier this morning. It wasn't last night.
Yeah.
It literally was earlier this morning.
Campaigning.
He was alongside his family, touting an American golden age if he is reelected to the Oval Office. Vice President Harris giving her final remarks last night, surrounded by celebs in Pennsylvania.
They're my kids, but I'll tell you, they're very good people. They're good people. They're great people that love our country. In conclusion, with your vote, we are going to fire Kamala, and we're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation.
We have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that.
Former Arkansas governor and former presidential candidate Mike Huckabee joins us now. Governor, good morning to you. So the final messages have been made, the closing arguments. What are your final thoughts as the polls are about to open in a few hours across the country?
Carly, I'm ready to turn the page, and that page does not include Kamala Harris again or Joe Biden. I'd like to turn the page away from the past 4 years of high inflation, uncontrolled immigration, mixed message with Israel, a terrible economy, and overregulation and weaponized government. Let's get back to a place where everybody in America can feel good that their president is working for them and not working for a handful of billionaires and bureaucrats.
Governor, you have been in many campaigns. You have won campaigns. You have lost campaigns. You know what the body language.
Yes, I have.
You know what the body language of a winner and a about-to-be loser looks like. I want to play this sound from Kamala Harris that we just got in and get your thoughts on the backside. Let's play the soundbite. Just to be clear, the reporter asks Kamala, Madam Vice President, are you confident you are going to win? Kamala Harris then replied, we want everybody to vote tomorrow. Based upon how both sides are acting, can you discern one side that thinks that it is going to win and one side that knows it is not?
I think it's pretty evident that Donald Trump has a great level of comfort. His team left it all on the field. I mean, they exhausted themselves over the past many weeks, and the momentum is on his side. I think people can feel it. I was with him a week ago doing a town hall in Philadelphia, and you could just sense it. And he was relaxed, he was comfortable, confident, not overconfident, but confident. With Harris, you don't see that. You see someone who's frantic, who's flailing, who's trying to say, we can make it happen, we can still do it. But I think deep down their internal numbers show they're not going to do it. I could be wrong, but I'm going to go on a limb. Donald Trump wins big tonight. I think he wins big in a way that will be hard for people to say, oh, yeah, he cheated. I don't think that's going to happen tonight.
All right, well, it's not just the presidential race. It's, of course, the balance of power in the House and the Senate that is so important. Right now, it sits at 49 Republicans, 51 Democrats in the Senate, 220 Republicans, 212 in the House. Wall Street Journal op-ed recently written by the editorial board titled, "The Senate stakes couldn't get much higher. A GOP majority could check Harris's desire to break the 60-vote filibuster rule and pass the progressive dream list." Just to put an emphasis on truly how important these down-ballot races are. What will you be watching tonight, and how do you think it will pan out in both the House and the Senate?
It's critically important. And if Donald Trump has the big night that I think he has, then Republicans will take the Senate and keep the House. The reason that's so important, it means Trump's appointees, not just to federal agencies, but all the ambassadorships and his hires that require Senate confirmation are going to get through. Otherwise, it'll be putting molasses in the machine if, God forbid, the Democrats hold the Senate. So for Donald Trump to carry out his agenda, remember, he has to have both houses, and he has to have those houses in unity. Then he's got to be able to hire between 7,000 and 10,000 really good people who want to put America first. His first term, he got sucker punched, and he put a lot of people in that were loyal to the people who recommended them. He knows better this time. He'll put people who are loyal to the agenda that he's been running on really for 10 years.
We all want to know the answers yesterday, so let's look at indicators that could give us a sense early as possible. Axios reporting Virginia will be the key early indicator for the night when it comes to House races. If Republican Jen Kiggans is upset in VA2, House Republicans should be very worried. They also report if Dems lose VA7, that's when the Democrats will get panicky. 20 to 30 seconds to you. What are your early tells, Governor?
I think Republicans will keep the House. I think they'll take the Senate, be it 53, 54 senators before the night is over. Donald Trump will win. I don't think it will be as close, maybe in the popular vote, but I think in the Electoral College vote, he wins decisively. And this is a night for a lot of Americans like me to celebrate getting back to normalcy, where people really expect their government to leave them alone, work for them, not against them.
Well, it has been a remarkable election cycle with a candidate change on one side and 2 assassination attempts on the other, and it all comes down to today. Governor Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for joining us. Fox in Front starts right now.